What is up? Welcome, Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger. This is sentencing. Good morning. Um, we have an update press release from the city of Moscow. News conference scheduled following sentencing in the Kohberger case. This was released on July 22nd, 2025. After the Kohberger sentencing hearing concludes, a news conference will be held inside the Ada County Courthouse. Media will be permitted to bring in cameras, equipment into the designated conference room. Courthouse security will facilitate access and direct media representatives to the designated room. The estimated start time will be approximately 45 minutes after sentencing concludes. So we are going to be sticking around after the sentencing concludes. They have a press conference that will take place, and it's going to be 45 minutes after the sentencing concludes. It's kind of similar to what they did in the Delphi case. The brief remarks followed by a moderate Q&A session will consist of the following people: Chief Anthony Dollinger, Moscow Police Department. You know, he's the new chief, but he also was the man facilitating all of the press releases. We are going to hear from Corporal Brett Payne. Will be at that podium. This was the only reason I wanted to go to Ada. I think it's going to be crazy, but it was astronomical to go. I mean, it was going to be like a flight, hotel, car. When you just that type of stuff, like $1,500, just the bare minimum. So I hope that the right people get to raise their hands and that the right people are called upon to facilitate the Q&A. After Brett Payne, we're going to hear from Darren Gilbertson, and that's the Idaho State Police officer or detective. He was the one that did, he's from ISP. He was the main person from ISP. He's from District 1. He's got to be better than Detective Van Leuven, I would hope. But that's not saying much. But he's the one that was counting in the rooms and was saying that this could have all been done within the time frame by him counting. And then Prosecutor Bill Thompson. Ashley Jennings will not be at the podium taking questions. My heart broke for that. Okay. While some case details remain protected by law or court order, the briefing is intended to provide factual insight into the investigation, coordination among the agencies, if you have questions on how we coordinated things, and key developments in the case. Questions regarding sentencing, conditions, custody status, or inmate placement should be directed to the Idaho Department of Corrections. So yeah, that's the little brief press release that Moscow put out this yesterday. Now, this sentencing, just so you guys can expect who you cannot expect to hear from. So I'm going to tell you who is allowed to even speak. All right. I have no idea what order they're going in, but Xana's family, Ethan's family, Kaylee's family, Maddie's family. Then you have the Kohbergers, and then you have who's allowed to would be Dylan and Bethany. And so Xana, you have Jeff, Kara, Jazz, and then grandparents. It's immediate family. Okay. And so if you remember the motion in limine, when they were talking about who's considered immediate family, who's considered like to have like that preference treatment with the seats and stuff like that, it actually comes in handy right now as who they labeled immediate family and who then ultimately is going to be able to speak at the sentencing. So there's not going to be things like friends of, you know, even aunts. Like, you're not going to be hearing from them. Ethan, you're going to, I don't know if they will, but you're allowed to have Hunter, Maisie, Jim and Stacy, and then grandparents. Also, if you have a step parent. So then you got Kaylee, Christy, Olivia, I don't know if her grandparents are going to speak. Steve's said he's not speaking. Don't know if that's going to change. Not sure if her brother's going to speak. But her aunt is not able to take this place of, I know, one of the siblings that was ixnayed. And then you have Maddie, you have Ben, you have the Laramies, and then her grandparents. So then you get to Bryan Kohberger. Don't know who's going to speak, if anybody's going to speak, but you have Amanda, you have Melissa, you have Marianne, and you have Michael. Also, he would be allowed, I guess, to his grandparents. And then Dylan and Bethany. And I wonder if it extended to their immediate family as well then. So good morning. Now, boom. Yesterday I was going to go live with stuff that I had found out and wanted to do a recap of what Othram did, but I wanted to actually save it until after sentencing. I think it's more appropriate. So that's why, 2 reasons at the end there why I did not go live yesterday with it, but I was also getting, I got a bunch more information and I wanted certain things before I even had that live. It just took me a little longer than expected. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, David Middleman spoke out yesterday and he had amazing things to say. And I think it's going to be very, very interesting in the next coming weeks and months with how it all played out as far as everything to do with the DNA. Let's just say that I was a blanket statement, the DNA in this case with the sheath. Okay. Just leave it at that. But dates that I found that were really, really important, I'll give you guys a spoiler, is that September of 2022 until September of 2022 until September of 2027, the FBI and Othram had a contractual agreement for $468,000 that the FBI could, for extreme cases, extraordinary circumstances, that the FBI could use Othram's DNA solves database. And that's all I'll say. We'll get there. What time does the feed begin? I blasted that all over. Court begins in 55 minutes. Again, good morning. Good morning. Michelle, welcome. Charcoal. Yo-Yo Lana here from Australia. What time is it there? I hope that Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services drops in. She will be here from time to time. This is scheduled for 2 days. I don't know if it's going to take 2 days. If I was a betting woman, I don't think that it's going to take 2 days. Mark, welcome. Ryan, welcome. Excited utterance. I don't have Cash App or PayPal. Well, thank you. $20. Verity, hey, thanks for all you do. Oh, the UK. Love it. Love it. Miss Piss Pots, member for 29 months. Hi there, Dow. Love you long time. Something wrong. Lana, thank you for everything. Oh, well, thank you, Marsha. 21 months. You are just as appreciated. Southern Sass, shaking your ass. Happy to be watching, hearing this with Lana. Yes, let's get into some things. Okay. Boop, boop, doo. Miss Pisspots. Love it. Don't you call me that. DB, I thought Ortho was a bit overblown in how they described their whole approach to open sourcing their research. LOL. They have proprietary information too. Yeah, we're going to get into all that. I will tell you here that I have secured a Q&A with, I believe, somebody that you guys know. in the DNA IgG field. I believe you guys have requested to bring her back. And I believe she's agreed. Also, I have secured a Q&A session with, I believe you guys have wanted to hear from a guy by the name of Cy Ray. I've reached out to Ann Taylor's stellar assistant, Doris. Is that right? Want to know where I can send all my t-shirts? I have reached out to the Gonzalez family. Told them they have an open invitation. And what else did something else I wanted to say. God, I can't think about it. It'll come to me. Anyways, Aaron, what's good? I wish his plea convinced me of his guilt, since that would be much easier for me personally. Lana, I do appreciate your unlimited dedication to this case. Thank you. I have learned a lot from you. Thank you. I've learned a lot from you guys as well. I think that it's the sentencing phase to me. I think they put this in a post, and this is the day that was always dedicated to, and should be, it's part of our it's part of the due process system, and that is, this is all about the victims. This is all about the families. This is this type of day. This is what it is. And if you respect the process, right? We can disagree with what people say, like in terms of like, hey, I'm down with the process, but I can have my opinions about what people say in terms of like during any part of the process. But anybody that doesn't think that today is about the victims, and that does include 100% Bryan's family, then I don't know why you're watching. The questions that we as the public and even the family still have, that's going to come out in as much of disclosures as we can get the agencies to release. So that's when that comes. And that's the next chapter. The next chapter is all the questions that we all have, is to get as many answers as possible. And they come from documents. So, all right. Who else was? Moon, 20 months. Good morning. Thanks for being the best in the biz. Oh, thank you. That's very kind. Did you guys see someone made a baby of me? That we could break the ice with my baby. Did you guys see? There's a baby Lana. There's a baby TNT running around. Anybody see? Oh boy, baby TNT. Did you guys see that? Rhonda, thank you so much. $20. You are awesome. Thanks for everything. Hannah, $10. Thank you, Lana. So, ring my bell. Did you guys see that baby? See that little baby Lana? I think I shared it. I think I shared it in my community page, and so I will, in case you guys didn't see it, it's definitely worth a see. So here, again, breaking this ice here. Let's see. if you go to my page and you go to the posts section, there's posts that only go out to the members, and then there's posts that go out to everybody. And I thought here we go. I'm going to share this so you guys can see it. If you haven't, here you go. What is up? Oh my God, baby. Good evening. Why are you always talking about these cases or whatever? Because I don't go around talking about, hey guys, let me show you this case where everybody did their jobs. Look at that pencil. No, they're supposed to do their job. We actually pay their salaries. Like, they're supposed to do their job. You go to work, you're supposed to do your job. All right. I'm not in the boat of everybody gets a trophy. I'm not in that camp. Absolutely not. Sorry, but everybody has a gift though. It just whatever your gift is, go do it. Go do it. You know, if you can't make a layup, don't try out for basketball. Hey, you can draw really well. All right. Go be an artist. That baby. But you bring voices to cases that need it. Like, Lana, do you ever think anybody is fucking guilty? Yeah, every case that I don't talk about, I think they're guilty. There you go. How about that? How about that? You know how many cases I don't talk about? A lot. I don't talk about it because why? Because there's nothing to fucking talk about. So, do you want me to do a segment where I say, here is the Wednesday wonderfuls of the world? Ooh, you know what I mean? Okay, just so you guys know, my show is not scripted in any way. Okay, not scripted at all. So that should just tell you either I'm just fucking absolutely crazy or I'm one witty bitch. Yeah, there's no script here. It's kind of like the news, guys. Kind of like the news. They don't talk about anything good. Four lights gone, November cold, story whispered off. Anyways, there you go. So good morning, welcome. Good morning. This is a not scripted and not meant for kids show. So that's baby Lana. We're gonna have to name baby Lana. What are we gonna name baby Lana? BL. So original. Well, how we just name baby Lana anal? It's Lana backwards, right? Do you guys know? I heard that for the first time. I think I was like in fourth grade. I think it was fourth grade. I don't know. It was in one of those grades. And so that's like so long ago, right? And so people that say it like now, I'm like, dude, seriously, that was like so long ago. Like, get more original. Baby Borg. Baby Borg. What is up, girl? Bit of both. Girl, magnificent combo of cool. Yeah, you know. I mean, well, Lana, you know, I'm going to put my pencil in my ear just because I have to make it official now. I mean, I'm going to match my baby. There we go. So, yeah, I was definitely in like grade school that, you know, oh, Lana backwards, you know what that spells? I'm like, well, unless I fucking can't spell, I have no idea what it spells. I mean, come on. Anyways, you guys can name the baby. But yeah, that was sent to me. So cheers. Anybody else that has a baby out there of their podcasts, rock on. All right, let's bring in, share the screen of, oh no, this one. I got this for you guys. While we're waiting, just want to show you guys one of the things I got back finally. This is Curtis Whitman's pay dates and stuff like that. I was blown away though. I'm gonna zoom in and show you guys something. This was the October leading into like the November because I wanted to like gauge what his work hours were like. It's very interesting how you read these, but look at this. Out of the month, 73 hours was time paid off. Like, how many hours do you get per year in PTO? Well, he used 73 hours in the month of October alone for PTO. He's one of the guys that, found Bryan's car and just didn't, he's the one that actually walked right up to it. So that was the month before November. And I was like 73 hours in just like PTO. And that's paid time off, And so I was looking at his regular hours worked. He is a nighttime worker, like the 12 a.m., 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. But look how this is broken up. I thought it was interesting. Oh, also he has 39 premium hours, and then he worked 119. So let's see. So it takes into account like something like this. Like, let's take a look at this. I'm going to zoom in. This is just a reference point on on this one day over here. See this annual leave type thing? So he like normally takes off maybe annually. He's always off on the 8th, 9th, 10th. Anyways, right here. So from like 12 a.m. to 7 a.m., he got regular annual leave paid time. Then Sunday, 9 to 12 a.m. And then 12 a.m. to 7 on. So you could. Then we get here to Monday, regular hours worked 5 to 9. And those 4 hours were for. He covered swings for firearms. Okay. And then, like, do you see where it says, like, schedule deviation down here? Schedule deviation, hours worked outside of schedule. So I was learning how this was all being read. So that's what I've been doing. Is if I'm going to tell you guys about something, I want to educate myself to make sure that I'm not giving the wrong information out, This is for October leading into November. Because 5:30 to 12:30 is not his normal shift. So that's why it's deviating 5:30 to 12:30. Again, crisis intervention training from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 in the afternoon. That was they deviated. I mean, let me just put this right here. 232 hours in 1 month. Okay, 40-hour work weeks is 160. Okay. 160 if you work 40 hours a week. 232 hours in October. And I showed you of which 73, he was not there. We'll come back to that. let me go then now to bring this up. Oopsies. The overtime pay was I saw that in chat. 39 premium hours. They call it premium hours. So he reported 232 total reported hours, 232. And this is how it was broken down. It's broken down by regular hours was 119. Then premium hours was 39. Then paid time off 73.75. So when you add all that up, 232 hours that month. 232 that month. Well, like I said, we'll come back to that. If you guys are just joining us, we can expect to hear 45 minutes after sentencing. We can expect to hear from Chief Anthony Dollinger, Corporal Brett Payne, Lieutenant Darren Gilbertson, and Prosecutor Bill Thompson. Those are the people that are going to be at the lovely podium. I saw another comment. I will say that it's not 2 weeks off vacation. He didn't use it like that. It wasn't like he was off for 2 straight weeks. It's not like that. That's very interesting how this is done. But normally you get 2 weeks off, per year? Who knows? I just was shocked when I saw 73 hours being used in the month of October. And I'm like, okay, that's almost like 2 full weeks. But it wasn't like that. It wasn't like you have 2 weeks where you're gone. That's not how it was. So sentencing begins here in approximately 36 minutes. 36 minutes. Again, sentencing is only for the immediate family. So people that are thinking that we're going to hear from people that were in the James Patterson book or friends, that's not happening. Bryan Kohberger's family can speak. Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie's immediate family, which is parents, grandparents, step-parents, and then siblings. And if anybody was to still have, kids or something. Sure do have a cowbell still. Sure do. Okay. Here's a video I wanted to play for you guys to remind us why we're here. Oh, let me cue it up. Damn. Okay. God bless it. Moscow, Idaho, the University of Idaho. Student murders. November 13, 2022. 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho. A 4-door sedan was seen in the immediate area of the crime scene, arriving at 4:04 a.m. and seen leaving at 4:20 a.m. This camera footage was given to an FBI forensic examiner with 35 years experience, 12 of those with the FBI. This FBI agent has specific training to include identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. The neighborhood of the King Road crime scene had numerous cameras, of which was turned over to this FBI agent. From that footage, he initially believed that the suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. All right, so what I want to point out there is this is straight, when I made this video back 2+ years ago, the language in this, if there's anything that we learned from this case, is we were doing it right when we were examining and breaking down, myself and Bella were breaking down the language, the written language in these PCA, or in this PCA that we all saw. And we had law enforcement people that were saying, dude, you're looking into it way, like, and the truth being, no, we weren't. We were looking into it the right way, because go ahead and take Judge Hippler's order, right? Boom. His order solidified that we were looking at it the right way, that this was all written a certain way, and it's misleading, but it's not inaccurate. You know? It's like, wait, what do you mean? It's misleading, but it's not inaccurate. Well, exactly what I mean. Exactly what I just said. And a white Hyundai Elantra. Also, my question, if I'm there raising hand, it was initially a Nissan Sentra. So who said that? Where did that come from? Is that accurate information? The date on when these video clips were given to FBI is unknown, but we do know that on December 7, 2022, Moscow police issued a press release looking for a 2011-2013 white Elantra. Now we do know what those dates are according to the FBI reports that come out in the documents. There was video turned over on the 19th, the 21st of November, and then the November 23rd, November 25th, December 1st, and December 7th, and then December 20th. And used a stock image photo of a white Elantra in the press release. Logic would tell us that up and until December 7, 2022, there were never any issues or discrepancies surrounding the description of the vehicle seen in the immediate area of the crime scene around the time of the murders. That's what logic would tell us. But lo and below, there were issues. There were issues, because then it would be revealed later on down in the documents that the issues and discrepancies came way. It didn't come after that, but the way the PCA was making it seem is that that changed after that, because that's why it didn't make it into the BOLO, you know? It's just wild when you look back at all this. And these were this is why there's all these questions, you know? And I think it just shows you that this was being, like, it was rushed. And was it rushed? Did they think that the killer was going to kill again? But if you think that right when they would have had eyes on him and they're following him around and they're watching him, like, you know, I don't think he's going to be able to kill again. And for everybody to, like, you know, get it right, or, hey, don't rush. This is really important. So I think that's where the questions, like, all of this is why there's questions. The same FBI agent who examined the footage surrounding King Road used that same footage again to further review that footage. And during that further look, said that now it could actually be a 2011 to 2016 white Elantra. And what's interesting is that that's not accurate. So this is just going back and seeing these videos, and it's like, wow, if we only would have had that Franks, I think that the families would have more answers, things like that. Mm-mm-mm. Remember when we were all talking about why are you using a stock image? The video that went out to the media that was speeding away from the gas station, like that wasn't a stock image, that was an actual clip. Well, what would have hurt to put out the actual clip of Ridge Road?
Again, the dates of all of these reports will be very important in trial, but they are unknown today. Because it is a fact that December 7, 2022 was the date that the public was told by police to help them locate a stock image of the white 2011-2013 Elantra that was seen in the immediate area of the crime scene. And at no point was it ever modified to include 2014, 15, and 16.
And that is where all of this lies with supposedly nobody turned in these tips because of that. Ugh. So, what if, let's say there was no DNA, okay, or they weren't able to get a hit on the DNA, and because they did never use outside the loophole or whatever, but then years would go by, and let's say that this person strikes again, then they find DNA, they put it in, and it reveals that it's Bryan Kohberger, let's say like years down the road. It would be one of those cases that we see when we're watching, on Netflix or whatever show, and it's like, oh my God, they queried this dude's car. Okay. And then these guys just didn't turn in the car because it was outside that year. Okay. That's why it doesn't make any sense that if on November 23rd, before the BOLO would have went out, and the FBI guy, changed his mind, and that it was going to be, let's just go ahead and open it up from 2011, 2016, right? Then why would you ever give out an email to law enforcement after that date and keep it within 2011, 2016, or 2011, 2013? If on the day that you put the BOLO out, the internal one was after they said that they were going to open it up from 2011, 2016, right? Like, but just think about if this would be something that all these years, this case would have stayed cold, or whatever, and then they get a hit. Oh my gosh, here we had that guy back, back then. It's just wild. But it doesn't make any sense because the day of the internal BOLO, it was if you go off of the that's why Ann Taylor says that they already had him. I think Ann Taylor believes that the query was done earlier than November 29th, by the way, because that makes Lana baby, that makes more sense. But anyways, so the name of that video that I made back in the day was, did the FBI really get the wrong car at 1122 King Road? And I said, doubtful.
So let's take a look at a 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 Elantra.
Okay, so my question now is how, when they queried any of the vehicles that would have been, in the area or on parking passes, and they were white, versus like, wouldn't they say something like light colored, or how about any color car? because if the camera that we're using, we can't tell what kind of color it is based on, because it's night vision, blah, blah, blah. So I guess we need to leave it open that it could be any color, or at least maybe leave it open that it could be a light color car. And would that actually be the reason that more cars were queried, and it's going to come out that they weren't specifically looking for a white car in these documents that I think are going to be surfacing here really, really soon. So it's just, I think these are the type of questions that I have, because it doesn't matter this case, it matters across the board. Like, how is this going to change in the future? They're going to still do things the same shitty way. And unless there's transparency with where the mistakes were so that people can correct those, nothing is going to change. Meaning that if you, God forbid, if Othram or whoever did the work wasn't able to use genealogy to come up with that lead, we're going to have, obviously there's human error when humans do things, but how do we say it's human error versus this is incompetence? Like, you don't need to be doing this job. Well, checks and balances. And that goes back to my baby saying, if you can't make a layup, you should not go out and try out for basketball. Maybe just being a cop isn't, like, you may want to be a cop, like, oh my God, I love this sport, but you're just not good at it. Okay. Like, you're just not good at it. Sorry. You know, and that's just what I see. I see just, you're not good at it. Some of these people should just not be doing that. That's how I feel. These people need to start admitting it to themselves that they shouldn't be doing it. So we were out in LA back a couple weeks ago, right? And we see cars driving themselves with somebody in the back seat as like an Uber. And they're called Way Now or something, Waggit. I don't fucking know. And of course, Jax thought it was like crazy. Like, oh my God, like, what the heck, right? And I started thinking about it. I'm like, when is the day going to come that that's how we're policing? You know, that we're having vehicles like that pulling people over and giving tickets. Yeah, Waymo, something like that. All right. Because when I was listening to the Othram guy speak yesterday, he said, you know how much money is used for the police, like in the billions, I don't know, high billions of dollars. And the majority of the money is for salaries for police, salaries. And we're paying, like, people are getting, I always thought cops got paid like shit. Well, ever since I've been digging, they don't. Detectives and people are getting $200,000 and $300,000. Karen Reed case. I'm like, holy shit, that guy made $360,000 last year. How? You know, everybody always told us growing up, God, being a cop, you're gonna make dirt money and work dirt shifts. So I'm curious if we're ever going to come to a point where we're going to have these cars driving themselves and pulling people over and just scanning like your plate. And then you get out of the vehicle and you actually go to the car that pulled you over and it'll roll down the window. And then you take the slip that it just, cited you for an infraction, for a traffic infraction. Wouldn't that be nuts? Makes sense though. Frightening. I think you'd have no more high-speed chases. I think that you wouldn't have people shooting at officers, when they get out of a vehicle to walk up to the vehicle. And it would just scan, and you were speeding. I mean, think about why you're getting pulled over in the first place. It's because of something. You had like a light was out. You're speeding. Why are you getting ever pulled over? It's because of something. So why does there have to be any type of a talk? I clearly, there's an infraction, charge me, be on my way. And when I say charge me, I mean like write me up a ticket. I go get it. I get out of the vehicle. I go grab the ticket. I get back in, and it scanned my plates. And then let's say that suspension. Okay. Well, what do I need to be arrested for right there on the spot? I think that creates an unsafe environment. So, boom, warrant, done, over. It goes out, and they can go to your house and arrest your ass. The future, what is happening right now? The future is just going to be wild. It's absolutely going to be wild. The future, that won't work in this society. Well, we'll see. We never thought IgG would work. Who would have ever thought that you could get more information from a rootless hair than a rooted hair? Well, you can. Crazy. According to Othram, it should be not about having a bunch of detectives doing mediocre work, and instead, IgG shouldn't be employed way late in the game. It should be employed immediately. I'm like, wow, there must be some really big ass database. Think about this. For IgG to be employed immediately, there must be a ridiculous database. And the only thing that I can think of that would ever produce such a crazy database would be COVID-19. COVID-19 would have created everybody. COVID-19, how many people took tests? Where were we sending, like, spitting into a tube, literally, and giving it CVS? Telling you guys, the future. Love you bunches. I think I had 3 babies now. Woo! Yes. Yes. Never took a test. Court is on. We'll see if court's on. Just because they put the little thing. Beginning momentarily. They will not start before 11. 15 minutes. Yeah, see, Idaho court started their YouTube. Exactly. Anyways. Sherry D, what's good? Let's go check it out. Let's go see what Idaho courts is doing. Idaho. It's the 4th district. Ada County, baby. The 4th district. There it is. Here we go. Look at, they're using a screen grab from before. There we go. Sentencing hearing begins in 13 minutes. Begins in 13 minutes. This is just an overpick. Is it true that Steve G's not coming? He said he wasn't coming. I don't know. That's all I have on that. Do we think Bryan will speak? Don't know. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up. Here we go. Did you guys see the latest? There's a channel by the name of YouTube Bad Actors. And I got a notification. I shouldn't say I got a notification. Did I get tagged in like the @ symbol? Anyways, I saw it. And it was about Gray Hughes, and it was like the other night. Okay. And I just could not stop laughing. And so we all need a laugh from time to time. But I guess he had just done a live, or he was getting ready to do a live. And he was just yelling at people. Like, there is only 13 people in here. There's only 33 people in here. You guys think I'm going to fucking do a live with 33 people? He's going nuts. Absolutely losing his mind. And I'm just like, when was this done? I looked at the date and I was like, oh my gosh, this just happened. So, you guys, when we have a little break here, and every time I see him, I just think of him getting pulled over in Idaho. It's just that's the only image I can get out of him, is just getting pulled over. So this will be the first time that Bryan is in a jumpsuit. So this will be the first time that Bryan is not in street clothes. Idaho 4th District Court. Oh, they're changing the little picture now. Somebody must have told them. You're making it seem like it's the old one. That's what they're saying. All right, so let's hear from you guys. I'll write down some good questions. So let's see. Where's my pen I wanted? All right. Let's see how good of a press conference they're going to have. What questions would you ask if you were having the opportunity to raise your hand and ask questions? They said that they'll be taking some questions, and it is to provide factual insight into the investigation, coordination among agencies, and key developments in the case. Questions regarding sentencing conditions, anything to do with that stuff, go talk to the Department of Corrections. So if you were to ask one of the four, you got Bill Thompson up there, you got Payne up there, you got Darren Gilbertson up there, and Anthony Dollinger. Well, my first question would go to, do you guys regret saying the words targeted attack? Did you just say that to keep the community at bay? Does that cause a lot of problems? Right? Bryan Enton went to the prison. Yeah, I saw that Bryan Enton went to the prison. I don't have anything to say about that. Um, oh, did the DoorDash driver have a dash cam? Okay, let me do this one. Yes, Mark B. What was the extent of the cleanup? Was there even a cleanup? You know, um, are you guys raffling off the dollhouse? Deborah, you are indeed the best factual based individual who puts out 100% or who puts 100% into your work ethics, and it's absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much, Deborah. That's very kind of you to say. We do try to do that here. We do. Truth and transparency. I saw way too much of it happening before I ever said, okay, I'll do this YouTube world. So who's going to get the dollhouse? I saw that in there. Sleuthy, we need to talk about the Richard Allen case because I am appalled by. I'm just absolutely. Well, I think I'm in shock actually, but I'm also appalled. I can't believe what I've been reading. I'm disgusted, but I'm still in shock. I'm definitely shocked. So, oh my gosh, I cannot. I mean, what did they do for 2.5 years to prep? I mean, did they think that they were supposed to be investigating the case? I mean, this was. Oh my god. I can't even, but yeah, we definitely need to have a conversation. Yeah. Okay, so if I was there, the next part that I would be asking is this question would go to Bill Thompson. Did Special Agent Nick Balance come to you personally, or did he have a sit down with like your team? When did Nick Balance break you the news that, oh hey, I made a mistake and Brian's phone didn't turn off at 2:47 a.m. and instead it was 2:54 a.m. Next question would be: is it true that the FBI used the same lab and genealogist that Idaho State Police used? Do you ever think that you'll test the blood at the crime scene? Because what makes you believe that Bryan Kohberger did this alone versus that he had help? So to make it, I guess you could say, we're going to take the wind out of that sail by we're taking the blood, the unknown profiles, and seeing if we can figure out who was there that never came. Like, I mean, what? Don't you think that would be reasonable doubt when you go to court? Like that we might want to figure out who this is for the mere fact that we don't want the defendant to be able to get reasonable doubt with that if you were going to trial. I mean, you as a prosecutor, you haven't lost a case ever. In all the years that you've been doing this, you have never lost a case. And when that quote comes out that you've never lost a case, you would think like, oh my God, you've been doing this for how many years and you've never lost a case? But then I actually see, oh my God, how many times did you actually go to trial? So it's not as extraordinary when you actually see that you are a plea dealing mofo. So as a prosecutor, these unknown profiles, male, single source profiles, how would that not put some fear into you with reasonable doubt in court? How confident were you that that the timing advance? Why were you so scared of the timing advance to even put in a motion in limine? If you knew that they weren't used, who cares? Go ahead, talk about it. Like, it doesn't matter. The big boy pants of the FBI would be able to handle that and just answer it like you answered it in the motion. Why make a big deal about it, especially after Jennings said in open court that, well, that's something that basically that's going to be handled at trial. Like, they can ask Nick Balance whatever they want, but then immediately turns around and puts a motion in limine for it. Again, this is the Q&A. What do you guys think is coming? The Q&A afterwards. What do we think is coming? The clothing. I think I'd have a question about the clothing. Where you see in all the videos and all the pictures. So I guess we'll use Maddie and Kaylee here. The clothing that they were in when they were, murdered. What was that different clothing than seen at the grub truck? That's a good one there, Donna. Yeah. Not all evidence that gets collected is tested. So since 7 a.m. this morning in Ada County, there was at least 3 to 5 2013 Elantras headed towards downtown on ISP radio logs. Thank you, Sarah, for sharing that. That was awesome. M. Brown, thank you for becoming a member. Heather, one nibble. Lana, you should be proud of all your hard work in this case. I am, and it's not over. It's not over because we have questions. It doesn't change the outcome of, like, for me, hey, Bryan Kohberger pled guilty, okay? His reasonings, if he wants to come out and tell the world why he pled guilty, if he wants to do whatever. But for me, this is about cases that two things could be true. And I know for a fact that our rights were violated with this case. And this case isn't like a, oh my God, but that's not how we ever really do it. And it was just the ends justifies the means. No, this is what needs to stop, because this is how people end up being wrongfully accused and then convicted. And that does not mean that Bryan Kohberger is innocent, but what it means is that that saying is true, that would you rather have a guilty man go free or an innocent man be in prison for the rest of his life? And everybody's out there saying, yeah, no, I mean, we're going to have to let this guilty person go, because we cannot let an innocent person, and this is one of those cases. And clearly people talk out of their ass then, because the FBI said it to Steve. He's not going to get off on a technicality, and that technicality was our rights. So, and I just know that very similar shit went down in Sheldon Jeter Jr.'s case. And that boy's innocent as fuck. He was framed. I don't look at this case like there was this what is it? Correct, conspiracy. There's no conspiracy here. Okay? It's just, it is what it is. There's no conspiracy. They violated someone's rights, and that's just what it is. Oh, there he is. Orange.
Be seated. Thank you.
Here we go. I'm wearing orange. First time.
Need 5 minutes?
Who just asked for 5 minutes? He went off. Okay, here we go. All right, they're starting at 11:04, aka for them it's 9:04, but now they need 5 minutes. I don't know who said that. I couldn't see. Yeah. Yes, Paula, they did. They violated all of our rights. Yep. And I want to know more about this whole, after listening to David talk at Author yesterday, we're getting into territory here that's why I'm just so excited to talk with Cyree and whatever he's able to talk about, just so everybody understands. Just because the gag order was lifted doesn't mean the gag order is lifted, but if your stuff is still under seal, you can't talk about what's under seal. Okay. So that's why when Hitler was saying, hey, I'm going to work my way backwards and go through and see what we can unseal, Cyree's Nick balances, the reports, all of those exhibits, okay, those are all under seal. So do I want Cyree to talk about, oh, hey, come on and talk about, oh, wait, all of your stuff is still under seal. So, but according to Bill Thompson and the MPD, they're going to be unsealing the stuff. There is no reason for any of this stuff to be sealed. We have a right to know, you guys. We have a right to know what's going on and how policing is working at the federal level and at the local and state level, because we pay these salaries. These are grants,
Thank you.
Federal funding.
All right, this is CR 01243165, State of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoth, Ms. Barlow. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, Mr. Hurwitz, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Allen. This is the time set for sentencing in this case. The defendant previously entered a plea of guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. In exchange, the parties stipulated to recommend a sentence consisting of, on burglary, 10 years fixed, on each of the 4 counts of first-degree murder, life fixed. The parties waived pre-sentence investigation. To my understanding, neither party submitted a sentencing memorandum or other materials for the court. Court is familiar with the file and the evidence submitted previously by the parties as it has reviewed them throughout the case and in anticipation of trial. Is there any legal cause why sentence should not be imposed at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Does the state, before impact statements and arguments, wish to present evidence today?
Your Honor, the state does not intend to present evidence in a documentary sense. We have provided the court through clerk with photographs that we would like to use during the course of our sentencing argument.
Sure. All right.
Thank you.
But no testimony other than impact statements?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. So with that, let's start with then impact statements.
Ms. Jennings will be introducing
And my understanding, just so I'm clear, I indicated through the trial court administrator that we need to see if any of the victims wish to have the camera not running and audio only. And my understanding is all of them indicated they are fine with the video. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
All right, very well. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the first, and we're taking these in the order, victim impact statements in the order that the charges were listed in the indictment. The first charge being burglary. So we will have Bethany Funka's statement, and she has asked that her friend Emily Allant read that statement.
All right, any objection to that?
Oh,
All right, very well.
I'm surprised that they're allowing this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be speaking on behalf of Bethany, and so, yeah, here it reads. My name is Bethany Funk, and I was roommates with Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. I not only lost some of my best friends, but I also lost a sister. Never in a million years would I have thought that something like this would have happened to my closest friends. I thought that we were going to wake up and go upstairs, see them and tell them how they had scared us and that they were going to tease us about how we are constantly scaredy cats. I make jokes about it as we would go to Taco Bell like always. But sadly, that is not what happened and what turned out to be my worst nightmare. When I first woke up that morning, I had no idea what happened. I woke up around 7 with a terrible toothache. So I called my dad, who is a dentist, and he asked what I should do. He told me to take Advil, so I did, and I went back to sleep. I was still out of it and still didn't know what happened. If I had known, I of course would have called 911 right away. I still carry so much regret and guilt for not knowing what had happened and not calling right away, even though I understand it wouldn't have changed anything, not even if the paramedics had been right outside the door. I was so frantic that morning and scared to death, not knowing what had happened. And when I made the 911 call, I couldn't even get out the words. And from then on, I don't remember a thing. It was like my brain wiped that whole memory. That was the worst day of my life. And I know it always will be. While I was still in shock, trying to process the fact that my friends were truly gone, I had been attacked by the public. I was grieving, numb, and unsure of what had happened was even real. And at the same time, I was getting flooded with death threats and hateful messages from people who did not know me at all or know the dynamic of our friendship. Social media made it so much worse, and strangers made up stories to entertain themselves. The media harassed not just me, but also my family. People showed up at our house They called my phone, my parents' phones, other family members' phones, and we were chased while I was still trying to survive emotionally and grieve the loss of my friends. I hated and still hate that they are gone, but for some reason, I am still here and I got to live. I still think about this every day. Why me? Why did I get to live and not them? For the longest time, I could not even look at their families without feeling sick with guilt. I did not know what to say or what to do. I was terrified that my presence just made their pain worse, and I was still here when their kid, their siblings, and their friends, their loved ones should have been here instead. After everything happened, I was afraid to go into my own backyard or alone in my house. I was scared that the person who did this would come for me next. I was always scared that the media would try to catch me at any moment of any day, even when I was just walking around my house. I made my parents close all the blinds during the day so no one could see me even in the slightest chance. I barely left the house, and when I did, I made sure I was never alone. I slept in my parents' room for almost a year. I made them double lock every door, set an alarm, and still check everywhere in the room just in case someone was hiding. And I still check my room every night before, and I double lock it. I have not slept through a single night since this happened. I constantly wake up in panics, terrified. Someone is breaking in, or someone is here to hurt me, or I'm about to lose someone else that I love. The fear never really leaves. For a long time, I could barely get out of bed, but one day I realized I have to live for them. They did not get the chance to keep living, but I do, and I will not take that for granted. So now every day I remind myself to live for them, and everything I do it with them in mind. I am still scared to go out in public, but I force myself to do things because I know that they would want me to keep living my life to the fullest. I am beyond blessed to still be here, and I refuse to take that for granted when they did not get a chance. Our house was not just a house, it was a home. It was where we laughed till we couldn't breathe, make meals, did crafts, binge watch reality shows, played games, and spent lazy days on the couch. It was movie nights, wine nights, morning debriefs, pranks, hot chocolate, cookies, and warmth. I would cherish those memories forever, and I will not let what happened erase how special our home was or how much those memories meant to me. Now I would like to share some bits and pieces of who they were as people and some of the memories that we shared. One of my favorite memories was Halloween, and we all went to Sigma Chi. But instead of partying, we just sat in an apartment, talking and laughing all night long. I do not think I've ever laughed that hard in my life. We did not care about the party, we were just happy to be with each other. Xana was 1 in a million. She was the life of the party. But she was also the kindest and funniest person I knew. Everyone loved her because she made everyone feel so loved. She was just someone you always wanted to be around, no matter the circumstance. One of my favorite days with Xana was when she laid on the couch, when we laid on the couch together all day watching movies and snacking. Or when she, Maddie, and I would go and get margaritas, chips, and salsa. She would also light up a room with her presence alone. Kaylee had the most beautiful, radiant smile. And she was so kind, but also one of the funniest people I've ever known. She loved playing little pranks. And she always had us laughing so hard that we could not breathe. She was so full of energy and life. I really believe that she could have ruled the world if she wanted to, and she would have been America's sweetheart. Ethan was the sweetest, most genuine guy. He was always smiling and always making other people smile too. Ethan was the kind of person you wanted around. He was so kind and easy to talk to and just so fun. And the way he cared for Xana was truly something to admire. And really was proof that storybook love and true romances really do exist. It was not only obvious to me, but everyone that was around Ethan and Xana that they were absolute soulmates. Maddie was not only one of my best friends, but she was the older sister I would have always wanted. There was no one I looked up to or admired more than Maddie. She was truly a ray of sunshine, and everyone was drawn to her. She was so kind, loving, funny, fun, and passionate. She had the sweetest soul and wanted nothing but the best for everyone and to love and show love to everyone. She took me under her wing and always made me feel so safe and included, and above all, loved and valued. She never failed to make me laugh or put a smile on my face. Still to this day, I am beyond grateful that she chose me to be her sorority little, and I thank God every day that I not only got to know her, but had her as one of my best friends. Honestly, I cannot pinpoint one favorite memory with Maddie because I have so many, and this would be a very long read if I did. But if some little memories with her that I cherish is when the two of us made a nice dinner and split some wine, or when we would binge watch Jersey Shore or Summer House. When we came up with a whole dance routine on Halloween and danced and sang all night, like no one was watching. All the late night walks home from going out, and just little shopping trips and so much more. I am beyond blessed that I had the chance to know each and every one of them. They changed my life in ways I would have never put into words. I hope that they are remembered for who they are, not what happened to them, because who they are were so beautiful, and they deserve to be remembered in the highest way. My heart breaks every time I go to text one of them or how badly I wish I could see and hang out with them. And then I remember I cannot. I will never be able to again. But I still talk to them in my prayers every single night, and I always will. I wish more than anything I could hug them one last time. And I wish I could tell them how much I love them. And even though I cannot, I still tell them every night. I will keep living for them as long as I am lucky enough to still be here. And they were all truly one of a kind, and they will be in our hearts forever and always.
Thank you. And please convey to Bethany my appreciation for her courage, and I hope that she heals.
Next is Dylan Mortensen. We're asking for some accommodations for Ms. Mortensen and that she be allowed to sit in my seat.
Sure. Dylan, just take your time, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor. What happened that night changed everything. Because of him, four beautiful, genuine, compassionate people were taken from this world for no reason. He didn't just take their lives. He took the light that carried it into every room. He took away how they made everyone feel safe, loved, and full of joy. He took away the ability for me to tell them that I love them and that I'm so proud of them. He took away who they were becoming and the futures they were going to have. He took away birthdays, graduations, celebrations, and all the memories that we were supposed to make. All of it is gone. And all the people who loved them are just left to carry that weight forever. He didn't just take them from the world. He took them from me, my friends, my people who felt like my home. the people I looked up to and adored more than anyone. He took away my ability to trust the world around me. What he did shattered me in places I didn't know could break. I was barely 19 when he did this. We had just celebrated my birthday at the end of September. I should have been figuring out who I was. I should have been having the college experience and starting to establish my future. Instead, I was forced to learn how to survive the unimaginable. I couldn't be alone. I had to sleep in my mom's bed because I was too terrified to close my eyes. Terrified that if I blinked, someone might be there. I made escape plans everywhere I went. If something happens, how do I get out? What can I use to defend myself? Who can help? And then there are the panic attacks. The kind that slam into me like a tsunami out of nowhere. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't stop shaking. All I can do is scream because the emotional pain and the grief is too much to handle. My chest feels like it's caving in. Sometimes I drop to the floor with my heart racing, convinced something is very wrong. It's far beyond anxiety. It's my body reliving everything over and over again. My nervous system never got the message that it is over, and it won't let me forget what he did to them. People call me strong. They say I'm a survivor, but they don't see what my new reality looks like. They don't see the panic attacks, the hypervigilance, the exhaustion, the way I scan every room I enter, the way I flinch at sudden sounds. They don't know how heavy it is to carry so much pain and still be expected to keep going, and that's because of him. He stole parts of me I may never get back. He took the version of me who didn't constantly ask, what if it happens again? What if next time I don't survive? He may have shattered parts of me, but I'm still putting myself back together. Piece by piece, I'm learning how to live in this new version of life. It is not easy. It hurts, but I'm still trying. And I'm not trying just for me. I'm trying for them, my friends. About a year ago, I had a dream about them. I got to say goodbye. I told them I won't be able to see you again, so I need to tell you goodbye. They all kept asking why, and all I could say was, I can't tell you, but I have to. When I woke up, I felt shattered and heartbroken, but also strangely grateful. Like maybe in some way that dream gave us the goodbye we never got. Still, no dream can replace them, and no goodbye will ever feel finished. He is a hollow vessel, something less than human. A body without empathy, without remorse. He chose destruction. He chose evil. He feels nothing. He tried to take everything from me. My friends, my safety, my identity, my future. He took their lives, but I will continue trying to be like them to make them proud. Living is how I honor them. Speaking today is to help me find some sort of justice for them. And I will never let him take that from me. He may have taken so much from me, but he will never get to take my voice. He will never take the memories I had with them. He will never erase the love we shared, the laughs we had, or the way they made me feel seen and whole. Those things are mine. They are sacred, and he will never touch them. I get to feel sadness. I get to feel rage. I get to feel joy even when it's hard. I get to feel loved even when it hurts. I get to live. And while I will still live with this pain, at least I get to live my life. He will stay here, empty, forgotten, and powerless.
Dylan, thank you so much for your courage. I appreciate it.
Next, we have members from the Madison Mogan family. First would be Scott Laramie, Madison Mogan's stepfather. Standing by him is Karen Laramie, Madison's mother.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Scott Laramie. I'm Maddie Mogan's stepfather and the husband of Maddie's mother, Karen Laramie. I will read this victim impact statement on behalf of Karen and myself. Maddie was our gift of life, our purpose, and our hope. Maddie quickly became Karen's joy, identity, and purpose in life. I joined Maddie's life when she was 2.5 years old. Experience transformed me into a life of joy, love, and family. Maddie was bright, beautiful, kind, empathic. She listened carefully to others and was observant, seeing and caring about the hearts and the minds of all she encountered. She loved music and music festivals. She had a wonderful sense of humor. She excelled in school. She was an easy child to raise, almost never requiring discipline, and almost always giving us parental joy. One time Karen remembers disciplining Maddie as a little girl. Maddie responded, "You broke my heart," which of course melted ours. She had a keen wit, even at that young age. As she transitioned into teenage years, she prioritized us and extended family over many of the distractions that capture teenagers. She showered us with her presence and love at family events, barbecues, picnics, birthdays, holidays, and others. She spent countless hours with her papa, her Uncle David, Aunt Nadine, and her other close family and friends. This world was a better place with her in it. As she reached adulthood, Maddie applied her studies to be a marketing professional, entering into an internship at Payne West, and started planning her professional future. As with all things, she involved Karen and myself in the joy of her journey. As she transitioned into womanhood, Karen and I continued to be astounded at this wonderful and accomplished person we had created. All parents dream of their children accomplishing more than them. We realized this dream. All we had not become, she was becoming. Karen and I are ordinary people, but we lived extraordinary lives because we had Maddie. Maddie was taken senselessly and brutally in a sudden act of evil. She was taken along with the young, promising, and bright lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. First, we felt disbelief. Next, we felt disorientation. Then we felt grief overcome us. Our grief is compounded even more for the Goncalves, Kernodle, and Chapin families. We speak of hope and healing And we do have hope and some healing. But the vast emotional wound will never fully heal. Since Maddie's loss, there's emptiness in our hearts, home, and family, an endless void. After losing her mother in a car crash, Karen took years to grieve and recover. The feeling that her life with Maddie and Abe was perfect helped her to start to heal. Now, this is no longer perfect. After Maddie's loss, Karen felt like she was spinning out, emotionally collapsing into anxiety and depression. She sometimes asks, how am I supposed to go on when I've lost my favorite person in the world? I felt the same, and we continue to struggle. The loss of Maddie has impacted so many beyond our family. Her second family is her sorority sisters who grieve alongside us. She has so many close friends who suffer from her loss. We will continue to be her loss will continue to be felt by the Vandal community, including Vandal Solutions on campus, where she volunteered her time for others. It helps us to know Maddie is in heaven now, freed from the trials of this earth. We, however, continue to live on without the grace and support of her presence. We will grow old without our only child, our bright, beautiful friend and daughter. In the end, there are no words that can accurately capture the devastation of losing Maddie. We will endure and we will go on. For Maddie, we will not let our grief consume us. For Maddie, we will continue to love and care for our family and friends, including the families of Kaylee, Santa, and Ethan. We will remain united with them. We can only hope that others out there suffering similar losses can look to us and see that we can overcome hatred, darkness, and evil. We know the law allows us to comment on the defendant and his sentence. As for his sentence, we support the plea agreement. Society needs to be protected against this evil. As for the defendant, we will not waste the words, nor will we fall into hatred and bitterness. Evil has many faces, and we now know this, but evil does not deserve our time and attention. We are done being victims. We are taking back our lives. We will turn our time, talents, and attention to hope, healing, and helping others, and to the future. We invite all those who have suffered with us on this to join us in our journey. We can make this world a better place. We can move on from tragedy. Adversity will visit us, evil will visit us, but we will overcome. We can and will endure. Karen and I express our gratitude to Your Honor and to the prosecution team for allowing us the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your courage, and I am so sorry for your loss. God bless.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is Leander James. He's the attorney for the Mogan family and victim advocate. He'll be reading a statement for Karen Laramie.
May it please the court, counsel. My name is Leander James. I'm the pro bono counsel for Karen and Scott Laramie. Karen has asked me to read this statement into the record. I thank my husband, Scott, for his statement, his courage, and his unending love and support during this dark time. While words are inadequate to capture the impact of this horrific crime on our family, he expressed it as best anyone could. For Maddie's sake, I will add my supplement statement that incorporates additional impact in the context of my extended family. I am grateful to Maddie's great uncle, Bryan Kohberger, for assisting me with the difficult task of putting our pain into words. For me and my extended family, Maddie was our hope and our light. Her beauty, both outside and in, shone its light upon everyone with whom she came in contact. Her beauty, she carried that hope and light into the future for our entire family. We have memories of our Maddie and grief and pain at her being taken from our presence. Any one of us would have given our own light to have been outshone by hers. We now look to our Creator to know that her light continues where we look to see her in His presence. Those who commit evil for their own twisted gains and purposes truly defile the efforts and sacrifices of mothers, fathers, families, teachers, clergy, public servants, service members, and all those who commit themselves to the greater good, freedoms, and the future light of our nation. Condemnation falls heavily upon those who squandered the lives of our future hopes and dreams. Some may offer forgiveness for what the defendant has done. However, we cannot at this time, or perhaps ever, nor will we ask for mercy for what he has done. His acts are too heinous. The agony and grief he has caused, too great. But we will waste no further words or thoughts on him. For Maddie's sake, we will move on. We will do our best to carry Maddie's light into this world and make it a better place. I thank the court and the prosecution for allowing me the opportunity to make my statement. And I thank all those who have and will support my family and the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Laramie. Appreciate it.
Next is Ben Mogan, the father of Maddie Mogan.
Yes, of course.
Actually, Your Honor, it'll be Kim Cheeley, the grandmother of Maddie Mogan.
My name is Kim Cheeley. I was Maddie Mogan's paternal grandmother, as Ben Mogan, her father, is my son. I'm here today with my sister Lori Cheeley, Maddie's great aunt, and my son Ben Mogan, and my daughter-in-law Corey Hatrock. I'd like to begin by thanking a number of people involved in bringing this case to closure. In my daughter's words, the plea deal the prosecution team reached this month is one that punishes the perpetrator of this horrendous crime, protects the public from further harm, and allows all of us who knew and loved these kids the time to grieve without the anxiety of the long and gruesome trial, the years of appeals, and potential for mistrials along the way. My family and I are so grateful to Bill Thompson and his prosecution team for their dedication and painstaking work that forced the perpetrator to admit his guilt. We want to thank the Idaho State Police, the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, and Judge Hippler. We'd also like to thank the University of Idaho officials who have treated the families of the victims with such dignity and kindness, and who have honored the 4 victims beautifully. Maddie was my first grandchild, so when she was born, all her grandparents had the distinct pleasure of deciding what we'd like to be called. I chose Nana, pretty original. But when Maddie was about a year and a half old, her papa, Ben's dad, and I were planning to visit the new little family in Oregon. Maddie didn't have an extensive vocabulary at the time, but for some unknown reason, she called bananas ba-deedle-deedles. When Karen and Ben told her Nana was coming to visit, she figured, I say deedle-deedle for that word. So I became Deedle-Deedle, shortened to Deedle when she was about 6 or 7, and I was Deedle all her life. I don't think her stepdad, Scotty, ever knew my given name was Kim. Maddie's and my birthdays were one day apart, and a couple years before she was killed, she gave me this necklace with Deedle and Maddie engraved on it, and I added an angel wing, and it's one of my treasured possessions. I also got an angel wing tattoo, never thought I'd see the day, but along with many members of our family, replicating the one that Maddie and her sorority sisters had. I wanted mine where I could see and touch it often. From preschool through grade school, I stopped teaching piano lessons early on Wednesdays and picked Maddie up for bubble baths, brownies, and books. It was our special time together. And she went home those nights in her jammies with a pan of warm brownies for her family. Although Karen and Scotty raised Maddie and did such a lovely job of parenting, we Mogans were lucky to have her for holidays and many other family gatherings. We'll always have our treasured memories of Maddie growing up in our big, extended, cooperative family. And I thank Karen and Scotty Laramie for being so generous and open and sharing Maddie with her Mogan side of the family. When the 4 kids were murdered, the foundation fell out of our world. Initially, the fear was truly debilitating. The first 6 weeks were excruciating. Despite the vigils, memorials, candlelight gatherings of students, friends, family, community members. After the arrest in the past 2.5 years, my family has lived with grief, with the effects of traumatic grief, of which I was blissfully unaware before all of this. I now have a stack of books on grief. I've attended grief classes at hospice. I've tried EMDR, a technique that helps replace disturbing visions with something more comforting. My son Ben, his 2 sisters, Maddie's aunts, and I have all experienced depression and anxiety and sleep disturbance, requiring medical intervention at times. We've all sought counseling off and on. The struggle with media attention was extremely difficult, especially for Ben. No one should live through the violent murder of one's child. Some days it's beyond me how the parents of these kids are still upright. I'm thankful for the strong families and communities that are supporting the survivors. At the time, I could think of only 2 blessings surrounding the horrific murders. One was that Ben was living with my partner Tom and me at the time, and that we could support each other emotionally through it all. Sadly, Tom died a year ago of a rare brain cancer, and he won't be here to see justice served. He was our family's rock, and we all miss him every day. A second blessing is that my mother died of COVID several months before the kids were killed, and she didn't have to live through the horror. It was difficult to identify blessings. So we've all lost our dear child and a future with her. I ache for the loss of the dreams that she and her true love, Jake, held. And my heart goes out to Karen and Scotty and your side of Maddie's family. You've had more than your share of loss. My heart aches for the kids' roommates and the families of the other victims, and also the family of the perpetrator. Going forward, we Mogans are choosing to put our energy and focus into honoring Maddie's too short life and sweet spirit by celebrating Maddie May Day, which my two daughters established. On May 25th each year, Maddie's birthday, we encourage folks to do random acts of kindness in Maddie's name. In my daughter Katie's words, may we all protect our peace in whatever way possible, unite in community, and focus on joy. Please do an act in kindness in Maddie's honor during this week, so a glimmer of Maddie's light may live on. Thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate your courage, and bless you and your family.
Thank you.
Now is Ben Mogan, Maddie Mogan's father.
I'm Benjamin Mogan. I'm Maddie's dad. And first, I just want to say thanks to all the people that helped bring this all to a close. I know it's not the resolution that everyone, wanted, but I think that that everyone worked so hard, and we really appreciate all their efforts. It was such a hard thing to go through for everybody. Maddie was my only child that I ever had. She's the only great thing I ever really did, and the only thing I was really ever proud of. And I thought we would have the rest of our lives together to be together and to know each other, and I took for granted the times, she was in college, and I thought, oh, well, we'll have the rest of our lives to just do all the stuff that we're supposed to do, and she was just about done. She actually earned all of her credits for her college degree, and Karen and Scotty and I got to go and get her diploma that she actually earned, and she served every bit of that. And but I thought that that was going to be just the beginning of a long life together, and we never got that. Karen and Scotty did such a great job raising her after Karen and I split up, and I'm so thankful for Scotty and the role that he played in her life when I wasn't able to. But we got to spend a lot of great times together, Maddie and I. She was my favorite person to go to a concert with. We got to see some fun shows together, and I told her, if there's ever a show that you want to go to, let me know, and I'll get you tickets for you and your friend, or if we want to go together, we'll make it happen. And my favorite memory with her was when the Mac Miller show sold out here in Spokane, and everyone wanted tickets, no one could get them, and they, on the last day before the show, they did a radio thing, and I got 4 meet and greet tickets for Maddie and her friends, and me to go and see the show. And that was her favorite artist at the time, was Mac Miller, and he's gone now too. And my little cousin Zach drove us all there that night, and he's gone too, tragically. And anyway, the last thing that she ever wrote to me was this Father's Day card, and I'm so glad I still have it. I'm just going to read what she said. It says, "Happy Father's Day. I hope you have the best day. I can't wait till we can hang out again soon. I'll be in Coeur d'Alene, 624 to 74. Hopefully we can find a time then. I love your birthday card that you sent me, by the way. Maybe we can see a concert sometime soon. I'd love to see the gorge when it's not so smoky out. I hope you're doing well. I'm proud of how far you've come. Thank you for always encouraging me to do my best. Love you lots and lots. Love, Maddie May." She did encourage me to not just to do my best, but to live on. I went through a lot of issues with addiction and with substance abuse, and when I wasn't wanting to live anymore, she was what would keep me from just not caring anymore. And knowing that she was there, just such a beautiful person, kept me alive a lot of rough moments. And I'm so glad that she was able to meet Jake. He was the only one that I actually ever got to take her to the gorge. They went and saw Watershed together, and yeah, they had a heck of a time. I'm glad she got to. That's a really special place for me, and she always wanted to work out there with me in the summer sometime. She never got to, but at least she got to see it once with Jake. He was such a great guy. He is such a great guy. And I really wanted to see what a future with them would have looked like. I'll never be able to replace her. I wrote a bunch of stuff. I just don't know what to say right now. I just miss her so much, and I just love her more than anything. And it shouldn't have happened. And a death sentence is one thing. When it's going to happen, and it's going to be all gentle and stuff. But life without parole, with a building full of people that all just want you to not be around anymore, and winking at every morning, not knowing if that's the day they're going to pull your card. I mean, it's not a very nice sentence either. So, I don't know. I just love you, Maddie, and I wish you were still here.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, next would be members from the Kaylee Gonsalves family. First will be her father, Steve Gonsalves.
I'm so glad they decided to speak.
Today, we are here to finish what you started. Today, you've lost control. Today, we are here to prove to the world that you picked the wrong families. The wrong state, the wrong police officers, the wrong community. You tried to break our community apart. You tried to plant fear. You tried to divide us. You failed. Instead, your actions have united everyone in their disgust for you. I just learned from these lead investigators, to their shock, they worked in an investigation and actually worked with Pennsylvania police officers and the federal FBI. You united everyone. Everyone was united after you. None of us are divided. We are united in our disgust and our love for these children. Today, you have no name. Because when this all started, we all came together and we said, let's stop even talking about his name and just use initials. So even the media just calls you BK. That's all you are. Looking back when the police officers knocked on my door, told me what happened to my child, told me what happened to Maddie Mae, I don't think he was even out of the driveway before my kids turned around, looked at me and said, what do we do, Dad? I told them, you get to work. You get your ass to work. And we started calling, we started texting, we started emailing. And you know what? Within hours, we had your white car on the camera. We knew from the very beginning we had you. Police officers tell us within minutes, they had your DNA, like a calling card. You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master degree, you're a joke, complete joke. But we took this disaster and we did what we could. We put everything online. We took our kids, we took our images, we took everything that they did, their videos, their photos, the girls' pranks, Ethan singing. We put it out there, we shared it with the world. And the world united. And all they ended up, when they talked about this case, is they talked about Kaylee Jade, Maddie Mae, Xana, and Ethan. Everything what these people meant to us, a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, we shared that with our community. Then we shared it with our state. We shared it with the country. And eventually we shared it with the world. The world's watching because of the kids, not because of you. Nobody cares about you. You're not worth the time, the effort to be remembered. In time, you will be initials forgotten to the wind. No visitors, nothing more than initials on an otherwise unmarked tombstone. From this moment, we've all started. From this moment, we will forget you. We want to all leave in closing. One last thing. You picked the wrong family, and we're laughing at you on your trip to the pen. That will be today or tomorrow. I'll close with, God bless all the men and women that worked on this case and all the hard work that you guys did. You guys allowed us to grieve and allowed us to get through this. The amount of work that you guys put together and the way that you guys put it together was beautiful. There was hard times to be expected, but thank you all. God bless.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next is Stephen Gonzalez, Kaylee's brother.
Steven's actually gonna pass. I'm gonna go.
Olivia Gonzalez, Kaylee's sister.
Hello, I'd like to start by thanking the court for allowing me the time and opportunity to speak today. My name is Olivia, and I'm the big sister of Kaylee Gonzalez, and I was blessed to love Madison Mogan as a sister too. I'm not here today to speak in grief. I'm here to speak in truth. Because the truth is, my sister Kaylee and her best friend Maddie were not yours to take. They were not yours to study, to stalk, or to silence. They were two pieces of a whole, the perfect yin and yang. They are everything that you could never be. Loved, accepted, vibrant, accomplished, brave, and powerful. Because the truth about Kaylee and Maddie is they would have been kind to you. If you had approached them in their everyday lives, they would have given you directions, thanked you for the compliment, or awkwardly giggled to make your own words less uncomfortable for you. In a world that rejected you, they would have shown mercy. Because the truth is, I'm angry. Every day I'm angry. I'm left shouting at the inside of my own head everything I wish I could say to you. The truth about me is when I heard the news, I didn't cry. I listened for them. I promised them I would, that I would fight for them, that I would show up no matter what it cost me. I swore I'd never let them feel alone. Because you see, I've always been their heavyweight. I've always been the one to fight the battles they didn't feel ready to fight themselves. All it ever took was a call, and they knew I would handle it for them, no matter the time, no matter the cost. They could wave their white flag because they knew I would never back down, not for them, and not even death could change that. Somewhere along the line, I started to think about what I would say to them if I was given just one last chance. If I could gather enough heartbreak or love or sacrifice or whatever it took to get just one message across, what would I say? Throughout this entire process, I've written my feelings down at every moment, my wishes, my love, my denial, my anger. And as one final act of love, I'd planned to read these thoughts, even jarring and discombobulating and not even making sense. Because for me, that was true love. As bare and as naked as it could be, not laced in pretty words or dressed for the occasion, but written through bleary eyes at 2 a.m. with clenched fists, angry at this reality. My true final act of love was to continue on without them, for them. That dream to read aloud my love to them, to bring meaning through pain, was the latest blow in realizing you don't deserve it. And Kaylee and Maddie don't need it. Kaylee and Maddie have always known my love, and they would never ask me to prove it by further victimizing myself to a defendant who has shown no guilt, no remorse, no apprehension. They would say to me, "Why would you give the satisfaction of showing vulnerability now? You promised you would never back down." And for that clarity, I'm thankful. I won't stand here and give you what you want. I won't offer you tears. I won't offer you trembling. Disappointments like you thrive on pain, on fear, and on the illusion of power. And I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you what you are: sociopath, psychopath, murderer. I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Detail what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving their home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel to know the only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper? Did you recently start shaving or manually pulling out your eyebrows? Why November 13th? Did you truly think your Amazon purchase was untraceable because you used a gift card? How do you find it enjoyable to stargaze with such a severe case of visual snow? Where is the murder weapon? The clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you? What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee? What were Kaylee's last words? Please describe in detail the level of anxiety you must have felt when you heard the Bearcat pull up to your family home on December 30th, 2022. Which do you regret more? Returning to the crime scene 5 hours later, or never, ever going back to Moscow, not even once, after stalking them there for months? If you were really smart, do you think you'd be here right now? What's it like needing this much attention just to feel real? You're terrified of being ordinary, aren't you? Do you feel anything at all? Or are you exactly what you always feared? Nothing. If you're so powerful, then why are you still hiding, defendant? You see, I'm here today as me. But who are you? Let's try to take off your mask and see. You didn't create devastation. You revealed it in yourself. And that darkness you carry, that emptiness, you'll sit with it long after this is over. That is your sentence. And it was written on the wall long before you ever pled guilty. You didn't win. You just exposed yourself as the coward you are. You're a delusional, pathetic, hypochondriac loser who thought you were so much smarter than everybody else. Constantly scolding, turning your nose up to grammar mistakes, nitpicking and criticizing others. You wanted so badly to be different, to be special, to be better, to be deep, to be mysterious. You found yourself thinking you were better than everyone else, and you thought you could figure out the human psyche and see through it, all while tweaked out on heroin. Lurking in the shadows made you feel powerful because no one ever paid you any attention in the light. You thought you were exceptional, all because of a grade on a paper. You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so. All of that effort just to seem important. It's desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it. Wannabe. You act like no one could ever understand your mind, but the truth is you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound. You're pathetic. You aren't special or deep, not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You work so hard to seem dangerous, but real control doesn't have to prove itself. The truth is, the scariest part about you is how painfully average you turned out to be. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy, slow, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear. Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most. If you hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your fucking ass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Christy Gonzalez, Kaylee Gonzalez's mother.
How do you go second to that?
Thank you, Your Honor. I never imagined having to speak to someone so devoid of humanity. For a long time, I didn't think I'd find the words low enough to meet you where you are. But now I realize this isn't about you. It's about what you've done to me, and I need you to hear it. When you murdered my daughter, Kaylee Jade Gonzalez, you didn't just take her life, you shattered others. You attacked what you could never be, and in doing so, you left a trail of devastation far beyond that house. You stole my peace. You've altered my every waking moment, every sleepless night, the way I view the world, people, safety, trust. It's all been changed by your cruelty. I no longer recognize parts of myself. Joy is harder to find. Laughter feels foreign. The world moves forward, but I'm suspended in a place of sorrow and rage. You've taken from me something that can never be restored. The grief sits with me every day, some days quietly, and other days so loud it drowns out everything else. The emotional toll you've inflicted on me is immeasurable. I live with a constant ache, with birthdays that are now memorials, with holidays that feel hollow, with empty chairs that scream louder than words ever could. I am forever changed. But for you, as a person working on a PhD in criminal justice, you really didn't think this one through. You're not that good. In fact, you're not that good at anything. You couldn't secure a job. You couldn't get along with others. You couldn't even get a female to look in your direction. All because you are pathetic. Now you're a joke in this courtroom. I wish I could crown you with a jester hat to complete your orange jumpsuit clown look. A dead killer doesn't kill again. So while I'm disappointed the firing squad won't get to take their shots at you, I'm confident that the men in prison will have their way with you in more ways than one. You will finally get what you wanted, physical touch. Just probably not how you were expecting it. See, you haven't beat the system. You've simply entered a new one, where the rules are cruel and the consequences will never end. You are entering a place where no one will care who you are and no one will ever respect you. You will be forgotten, discarded, used, and erased. You will always be remembered as a loser, an absolute failure. And when those prison doors slam shut behind you, I hope that sound echoes in your heart for the rest of your meaningless days. I hope it reminds you of what we all already know. You're nothing. May you continue to live your life in misery. You are officially the property of the state of Idaho, where your fellow inmates are anxiously awaiting your arrival. But it's okay, because they're there to help you. Hell will be waiting. Quick message from our youngest daughter. Aubrey wanted to say. You may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Do we have more from the Gonzalez family, or are you?
Yes. Next would be Shannon Gray, the Gonzalez family attorney. He'll be reading statements from Kaylee Gonzalez's grandmothers.
Morning, Your Honor. Shannon Gray, the attorney for the Gonzalez family. I actually have 3 statements, one from her aunt and 2 from her grandparents. This is from her aunt, Tammy Butts. You, in the cloak of darkness, made a decision to turn our whole family's world upside down forever. You, in the cloak of darkness, took our Kaylee J. Gonzalez away from us all without hesitation. Never have you shown any remorse or regret. We just get creepy, non-expressive stares as you have your team of women defend you. Kaylee was a strong, kind, fun-loving, caring person, and she will greatly be missed by all her family and friends for the rest of our lives. She had goals in life that you took from her and us. We lose on watching her enjoying her life, working hard and building the future she wanted. She was ready to start that after college life. You, in the cloak of darkness, took it all away. You left us without her future wedding, her future children that she would have added to our family. No more talking to her on the phone, going for a coffee, celebrating holidays. It's all gone. You, in the cloak of darkness, gave each and every one of Kaylee's family members their own lifetime sentence. You, in the cloak of darkness, also took our Maddie Mae from all of us. She was so genuine, caring, polite. She was part of our family. You came in, harmed our children that were younger women than you in their own beds. You're nothing, you're a coward. It's not right that you have received life. I pray that you meet your end in the cloak of darkness, burn in hell. I have 2 other statements, Your Honor. This is Linda Lucan's statement. This is Kaylee's grandmother. I really don't know how to address something so inhumane, but I will try. Nothing in the past 2.5 years has made any sense. All I get is you cowardly went into a home at night, filled with what I'm sure you thought was all sleeping girls, and went on a vicious killing spree for no other reason but to appease your demonic urges. You took my granddaughter Kaylee from us, plus 3 other beautiful lives. You took my granddaughter Kaylee, beautiful, sweet-souled, doll-faced Kaylee, who was getting ready to start her amazing life, who had such a bright future, who was loved by so many, who you were so envious of. She had a life you could never have. You are so beyond human. You're definitely a demon from hell. I truly wish your punishment would be the same death you inflicted on our kids. But I think you will meet some new friends in prison who will be there just to help you. Thumbs up. And I have one last statement, Your Honor. This is from Cheryl Gonzalez, Kaylee's other grandmother. John 1:5 says, light shines in the darkness, and the darkness overcomes it not. Somewhere in your life, some jealousy, envy, ego, something went dark. It pushed out all light until you became dark and evil. And when you saw my granddaughter and her friends, their light, because they have such a light, you couldn't stand it. Because the darkness in you could not stand the light in them. and so you decided to destroy it. Cowardly, you walked into their rooms in the dark and took their lives, hoping to get rid of your darkness, but you didn't. You failed. Because you know what was once a light shown only to their friends, families, and loved ones is now all over the world. Everyone sees it. Their smile, their beauty, their plans, everything they were and had. And you think you put a close to it, even that, but you didn't. Because they still exist. They are still light. They are still beautiful. You can never take that away. They will always be in the light of all eternity. And you will be in the darkness because you could not overcome it. You failed. I want you to be gone, more than gone. I want you to be cast out. Cast out from my life, from my family, from this earth. I will not allow your hatred to penetrate into my own soul. You did not get that power. You are evil, and in the end, evil is eradicated. You didn't take Kaylee's light, you spread it into the world. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. If the are you moving to a different family now? All right, why don't we take a 10-minute recess? All right.
Yeah, why don't we? Oh my Lord. Okay. I knew that Olivia was coming with the psyche parts to get him to react, get him to possibly even speak today if he wasn't planning on it. You know, we have no idea. This is how hatred's continuing to pass by, you know. But I always thought you had to address the judge. I'm looking up and seeing if Idaho is different. Big D's. You know, you may have gotten A's on papers, but you're about to get big D's. Well, I'm just surprised that she just didn't say, well, you're about to get D's. But big D's. I've never gotten a big D on paper. There's a lot of, I mean, they really believe in this old prison justice. Yeah, so I was always told that you had to address the judge, you know. Hibbler was like, I need 10. Hibbler was like, I need 10. Actually, you have to give the breaks to the court reporters. Do you guys understand what a field day the media is going to have with these clips? Nancy Grace is going to go nuts. News Nation's going to go nuts. That's just what was going through my mind is, oh my gosh. But this is how hate, like, hate's winning. Will this go into tomorrow? No way. I mean, we've gotten through, I think everybody has spoken from, well, the next family, obviously, after it's Ethan's family. But Hippler was like, I need 5, I need 10, I need 30. It's kind of like what I said in chat about 45 an hour ago. Don't delete anything. I want to see all these comments and I want people to show their ass. Today is not about saying, oh, I don't think he did it, or blah, 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 blah. It doesn't change what these families have gone through. Okay. This is completely different. This is totally different. At the end of the day, whoever did this in your mind, if you're like, I can't get behind this because he didn't do it, your brain, I'm sorry, it's not clicking, because to the families, what happened to their kid doesn't matter who did this. It's what has what this has caused in their life. I just don't. It's and this is part of the process. So if you're not going to give this what it's owed and due, then you truly don't believe in the process. So you cannot talk about, the other parts of the process. Can't pick and choose when we're going to just, God, it doesn't. So that's all I have to say about that. If you people want to show your ass, you're showing your ass to me. And I see a lot of names in here that I never fucking see. And I have no problem saying this. I'm glad I don't hardly see them. I believe in the First Amendment, and you are showing me you're a fucking idiot. And when people show themselves to you, you fucking take note of it. Yeah. I won't delete no more, Lana. No more, Boston. I love you. We get to see, like, you could just disagree with something, or wow, I can't believe that was said. I can't believe this was said. I can't believe that was said. But like somebody looked like a fool when they wrote in that, oh, Ben Mogan's not going to be there because he's in jail. Oh, look it, Ben Mogan's there. So there you fucking go. Now take that and put it in your fucking mouth. All right, you fucking idiots. Ben Mogan's, to me, was the best fucking speech. Ben Mogan's speech was my favorite speech so far. We all take for granted time. We all think that, oh, I'll just do that, at this time. Or, oh, we'll do it next year, or we'll do it that. Like, do I think that Olivia's was smart? I knew she was going to come with the psyche part of it because she was trying to bait him into. She was trying to get a rise out of him, and so we're going to roll it back and we'll break it all down. And she was using his little questionnaire. That's probably one of the best speeches that I've ever heard in terms of how she went about it. But in terms of what I saw, I mean, Ben was so honest. He was so great. Like, her whole family, like, thanking each other. You know how hard it is for divorced families, and everybody, having them to come together with something like that. I mean, you just see compassion and kindness over there, and I think that's why, like, Maddie is the representation of how she was raised as a whole, and everyone's just thanking each other for. I'm so glad that you didn't keep me from her. You know what I mean? And families do that to each other, and it's sad. Kids should never suffer. You sick fucks with divorce type shit. Go out and get hotshot attorneys to fucking keep a parent from another parent. Fuck you. That shit makes me fucking ugh. And then the lawyers that are in family law, you're all fucking scumbag pigs. So don't even get me started with that. But what I saw here today was a family that showed me that in their, obviously everybody goes through their shit, and then Maddie writing, he read the last thing that, she wrote. We'll get into all about what, the questions that people could have about this case, but God, 4 people were murdered in their home. They were sleeping, or they're supposed to be sleeping. You're supposed to be safe. Like, who the fuck do you think you are? Simple me. Yep. The stages of grief. I think you can see where each family is. Yeah. Yeah. So well said there. So true. Social Glow is just so excited to comment. Bryan is a rock star handling this so far. I always say how does somebody confess to something they didn't do? How does this? And then I realized, listen, I would never do that. Well, they're not like me. I'm not like them. I have no idea. But guess what? It happens, But at the end of the day, somebody saying all of this to me and I didn't fucking do it. Okay. I'm going to stand up and say, okay, I can't take this anymore. No way. I mean, not even like, I mean, let's go to trial. Is that what they were trying to get him to say? I don't know. But again, we all have to live with ourselves. Okay. Bryan Kohberger's family's in there. Bryan Kohberger's family is hearing all of this sitting there. I wish Bethany would have. I wish Bethany would have come. Emily gave Bethany's statements. I think it's very interesting, and Dylan showing up and Bethany not, and Dylan wanted to be there. Dylan wanted to speak on that. Dylan was a young sophomore to turn 19. She could have actually been like a freshman. She's like a cusp baby then, September baby. So next up, I think that unless Steve Jr. decides that, okay, I'm going to speak. Because he was like, I don't know if he was just like saying, skip me, go ahead, you guys go, and I'll go at the end, So maybe here he'll want to speak when they come back on. But he's the only one that I guess was supposed to speak. And then they said, go to Olivia. And then so you have Ethan's family. You know how like they were talking about like when Dylan was supposed to testify not to put the camera on or whatever. Well, clearly Dylan had the accommodation was the camera's fine, and let me just sit down. She's probably shaking, standing up. So I'm curious if that was just Bill Thompson trying to do like extra accommodations versus the girls asking for that, not to have the camera on them. Thank you so much, Sue. Wake up, a little Susie. Wake up. Tara, I don't know what this says. Just saw a screen. He is in I don't know. But thank you so much. I think, is it Tara? Lottie Dottie, we likes the party. Love baby Lana. That's funny, isn't it? Especially the pencil part of the little baby. Yeah. He has the right to talk. So I'm sorry. We're going to hear from Ethan's family still, and then the Kohberger family. I mean, I'm hoping that they speak on his behalf, especially if they had anything to do about taking this plea deal. I hope that they speak for him. You know what I mean? So if they don't, again, I think that'd be something like I'd said it. I was like, Steve, I think that you'll regret not speaking for at this, hearing. and he showed up, so again, I think that his family should speak. I don't know if we'll hear from his sisters, but I think his mom or dad should speak. They also have an attorney, so maybe they'll go speak through their attorney, but yeah. What is up, woman? Those of you guys that are asking to please slow down chat. Chat is slowed as much as it can possibly be slowed. Jeez. You know what? I think Hitler, I think, I wonder what was going through the mind of Hitler. Like, okay, I just berated them the last time we were in court. Now, do I say something about what's going on, or do I just let it go? You know what I mean? And what I'm referring to is obviously people are like, oh my God, how can the Gonsalveses say what they were saying? I think Olivia's was smart. I think Olivia was very smart. I think that she took a lot of time in hers, and it was strategically wrote to use the questionnaire. But I can only say that there's things that were said that I wouldn't say, but now Tammy, the one I'm surprised that Shannon Gray wasn't like, Tammy, I cannot read some of this stuff. Do you want to tweak it? Shannon Gray's like, okay, I have no problem saying any of this. So, nobody else was clapping. And then during the Gonsalves, that's when the clapping started. So I just, we knew it was going to be fire, guys. We knew there was going to be fireworks. So to say, I can't believe this or I can't believe that, why not? Par for the course with this case, Do I think that this is going to be the end of No. I was telling it to somebody last night or the night before. I said, do you know what the Chris Watts case garnered? And it was nothing like this. Nothing like this. Okay? Nothing like this. And this is nowhere near the end of people talking about this, but it just everything about it. This is the close of a chapter of it. It has been long, 2.5 years. No matter what you believe, this is a tough day. Yes. Yes, 100. Great job as always, Lana. Thank you. Here we go.
Be seated.
We're back. Thank you there, Ari. Thank you there, Kim BWI.
All right, Ms. Jennings.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next family is the family of Xana Kernodle.
Oh.
And first would be Jasmine Kernodle, Xana's sister.
How did I forget that? What the heck am I doing? Yes, Xana. Jesus, Lana. So Jasmine speaking first.
Everyone who's been involved in this and for all the hard work and dedication you guys have put into this. I just want to thank everyone for the support and just my family and friends who've been around through this time.
I went back and forth on whether to speak today because the truth is, you don't deserve power over my feelings, my words, or me. Thank you. In the end, I realized this moment isn't about you. It's about justice for Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie. It's about honoring the beautiful people they were and still are in God's eyes. On November 13th, 2022, piece of my heart was ripped away. There's no way to ever fully describe the weight of losing my sister, my best friend. No sentence or punishment will ever come close to the justice Xana, Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie deserve. Xana was everyone's best friend. She was kind, she was funny. She was a gift to each person she was able to make an impact on. Xana was someone I turned to when I needed direction or advice. Although I am her older sister, I often found myself looking up to her. She had a radiant energy that everyone loved, and she always knew the right way to approach a problem. She knew how precious and special life was, and she truly did live every day to the fullest. Yet her story was cut short by an act of evil. I believe in a God whose justice is not bound by this courtroom. I find peace knowing that judgment ultimately belongs to him. For your sake, I hope one day you feel the full weight of what you did. I hope you take accountability. I hope you truly experience the guilt and you surrender yourself to Jesus Christ. Because no punishment on this earth can ever compare to the isolation and pain of eternal separation from God. Xana deserved more. They all did. But I come here to say this. I am strong. I am brave. I'm a fighter, just like Xana. And you don't get to control how I move forward or what I believe. I walk with the comfort of knowing I will see my sister again. Xana didn't get the future she deserved. She won't be the maid of honor at my wedding, the cool aunt to my future children. I'll never hear her laugh or see her light up a room ever again. But I will carry her with me for the rest of my life. I will live in her honor, fight to be the best kind of woman and someone she's proud of, to make sure the world never forgets who she was. Xana's story doesn't end with what was taken from her. It lives through the love she gave, the people she touched, and the legacy our family will protect. Her light still shines, and her voice will echo louder than this pain. You didn't take that from us, and you never will.
Thank you.
I just want to say before I start, I'm Xana's dad, Jeff Kernodle. It's been a hard road down, because she's gone. And I want to thank everybody, other their families that's speaking so far, spoke about things. I agree with everything they have to say. It all comes back to a lot of the same things that I've had to deal with and we as a family have had to deal with. And that brings me, basis of what I'm talking about a little bit is on my way up here, flying up here on the plane and about halfway through the flight, this little girl is calling out for her dad. Hey, dad. And then in my mind, I was kind of half asleep. It's dark on the plane. I heard Xana calling out for me like she did, back when she was little, 5 years old. And those times were hard. It was chaotic, but we always had something to work toward that was in a positive direction, compared to right now, which is necessarily not as positive as that for sure. And I know I miss Xana a lot. My life's been changed, and Xana had a great impact on me, and the impact was when she was gone. I realized how important she was and what she really did for me, influenced me, was way beyond what I ever thought. She'd call me up on the weekends, check on me, see who's with me. She's like accountability to your youngest daughter. And that really made a big difference. It made me really think about things and what it's all about, you know. That's the things that I miss the most, is those calls on the weekends, the calls at 11 at night. What's going on? You want to meet my friend? You know, whoever she's with, a couple of her friends, I can meet them, talk to them. And she always did that. And it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I really miss that. And she made a big impact on me, on other people, her family. But the impact that she made is so extensive on what happened here. And it goes so far. People from everywhere in the world, you know, are following things, and Xana has made a difference in their lives. So, you know, countless people told me that they might not even know her. They never knew anything about her. It's what they see, and they just love her and say how they wish she could have been their friend. You know, could have been their friend, could hung out. And it's like, this is a blessing, you know. This is the little kid was, and definitely was a big blessing in my life. And so is Jasmine. And basically, you know, we worked hard to do the things we did, you know, through the times they were growing up. And through those times, I realized that I wanted both of them to graduate college, and that'd be the ultimate thing for them to do to prepare for the world. Then it came back to me, Xana didn't get to finish college. He had it all figured out. And this all just came back to me when I was there, and that little girl was on the plane doing that. It's like where I was going, what I was going here for. And then I just realized and thought to myself about the wonderful life that she had and we had together. And I still get to have with Jasmine, but that's the part that really counted. It's the part that really counted, is those memories. And those are what I have left, the memories with her and the ones I can make with her, and the life that I can go on with now, which is what she wants. And I say that in present tense because that's what she wants, because I've been told that, you know. I've been countless ways that she's out there and has a way to communicate, which I'm very grateful for. That goes to say that the impact of what happened to them, all 4 kids, goes so much further than just not me, the parents, the families, the community. It goes so far, because a lot of kids, you know, in the colleges, just for an example, they locked their doors now. The door wasn't locked in the back. You know, Penn State or wherever it was, all the colleges, I know that I've heard, they all lock their doors now. So maybe the impact that it's going to make is going to help out and maybe protect some people. Having this outreach and having the influence of what these kids, what happened to these kids did, you know. All I know is I was 7 miles away when it happened, and she wasn't feeling that good. It was 11:30. And I almost went over to Susanna's to say, and I would have been sitting right there in that couch, and you had to deal with me. So they would have had a chance. And I regret that. And I regret not going. But the reason why I didn't is because Susanna said, don't be drinking and driving. You have to rent a car, don't be drinking and driving, you know, the week before that. So she would have been mad at me to do that. But I really wish I would have drunk and drove, you know. Because they would have had a chance, all four of them. At this point, I just have to go on. We're gonna go on with everything and make things better in my life, because that's what it's all about. If I have closure in things, and the part that we miss is Santa, her influence, her smile, the things that she did, and we have the memories left, the great memories, and she just wants us to make more memories and not be sad or upset or shocked or taken for that, you know. And that's what we're gonna do. We just have to. That's all I got.
Thank you for your words and your courage, and bless your family.
Next, Kim Kernodle would like to address the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Kim Kernodle. I am Xana's aunt. I was very blessed to have her in my life, in our family. And I thought I had everything in my head, what I wanted to say, but it kind of went out. And I'm always looking for the positive thing, because evil, hate can destroy people. And that's what it started doing with our family. It created anger with our family members. And then I had to look, because Xana was everything that the media, her friends said. She was that fun, loving, high-spirited, beautiful person. And I no longer get to get my nails done with her, have lunch with her. Sorry. But how I look at it now is this tragedy, this horrible tragedy on all of the 4 children, has brought us closer. You united us with your actions. We're united now, and we're stronger than ever. We have family and friends now that we never knew we had. And, you know, this is probably going to bother everybody, but Bryan, I'm here today to tell you I have forgiven you, because I no longer could live with that hate in my heart. And for me to become a better person, I have forgiven you. And anytime you want to talk and tell me what happened, get my number. I'm here, no judgment, because I do have answers or questions that I want you to answer. And I'm here. I'll be that one that'll listen to you. Okay? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
My name is Stratton Knodel, and I'm Xana's uncle, Jeff's brother. Sitting here today listening to the stories and feelings and feeling the pain from everybody is a pretty powerful thing. It's each time a statement was read, it sort of would tug into my center core as I felt everybody's anguish. And Xana meant a lot to us, and we loved her very much. But I started thinking about, instead of rehashing everything that everybody else has talked about, I wanted to direct it another direction toward Bryan and what he's done to his family, his parents, his siblings, his friends, his universe, He has contaminated, tainted their family name, and pretty much made a horrible, miserable thing to be ever related to him. And I know that that's what he has to live with, and that has to be his pain. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Next, Your Honor, I believe Randy Davis, stepfather to Xana Kernodle, would like to address the court.
Hi, my name's Randy, stepdad of Xana. I just feel the same way we all do. All of us are united because of something that happened. And I'm grateful to know and have met some new family because of this awful event. But this is probably the last time we're all going to be in the same room together. Let's be real. So I can say, I love you all, and I feel your pain. And just God bless us all, you know, just get through it. I had stuff wrote up. It was probably best I didn't read it out. Probably get kicked out of here. So, you know, I'll share one thing to you guys, not to you, with Xana. So I was working in North Dakota and came home, and Jazzy and Xana had taken our son Elijah and put him in a dress, makeup, and it was awful, you know. I was like, I don't know. She was funny. I told her she'd be in the movies and be somebody great one day like that. And now she is just above us as an angel with all the other beautiful kids. So let's hold that to our hearts, because this evil thing is not going to take nothing from us. You, man, I don't know what my limits are here, but I'm really struggling, dude. I am struggling. So I want to just be out in the woods with you, just so I can teach you about loss and pain. I love God. I wouldn't take your life. That's up to him. But I guarantee you, you are weak. God, I would just give a moment, man, 5 minutes out in the woods. Oh, man. Ooh. You're going to go to hell. I know people believe in other stuff. You're evil. There's no place for you in heaven. You took our children. You are going to suffer, man. I'm shaking because I want to reach out to you, but I hope you feel my energy, okay? Go to hell.
Next is Kara Northington, Xana's mother.
Kara.
I'm Kara Northington. I am Xana Kernodle's mother. This letter is to you, really, but it's for my daughter, who was murdered by you. Today I stand before you, the man who is responsible for murdering my beautiful daughter, Xana Kernodle. My daughter was beautiful both inside and out. She possessed love for those around her and had a light so bright it will live on forever in our hearts. She brought joy and laughter to her friends, her family, and anyone in her presence. Our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, now has her in his loving arms in heaven, where she can never be harmed ever again for eternity. Because of her, I came to know my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, Because of her, many will come to Christ. It is Christ who lives in me that has given me the strength to forgive you. It was of no power of my own. In return, the Lord has filled me with joy, hope, and peace that surpasses all understanding. Jesus has allowed me to forgive you for murdering my daughter without you even being sorry or asking for this. This is only possible because he who lives in me is greater than any evil in this world. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. I do not fear you or even let you rent space in my head anymore. This forgiveness has released me from any and all evil you have inflicted on me and my family. It has allowed me to let our Lord deal with you. You have accepted a deal that will prevent you from receiving the death penalty. Nothing man can do to you can ever compare to the wrath of God. Inevitably, you will stand before our Lord and will have to answer to him over the sins you have committed in murdering our children. I pray you come to the end of yourself before that day. Whether you like it or not, heaven is for real and so is hell. The innocent life of Xana that you stole from myself and my family, and the destruction of this, and the destruction it has caused. I am washing my hands of you and turning you over to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, whom vengeance belongs to. In closing, I want to read a passage from the Bible, Ephesians 6, King James Version. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and then in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, that ye may be able to stand in the evil day. I'm not going to share memories of Xana or any more of the goodness of her with you, because I do not want that to be in your head. I don't want it to be in your head. You don't deserve that. You don't deserve our good memories that we have. I do pray for you. I pray that you come to the end of yourself. I pray that before this life is over, that you ask our Lord and Savior in your heart and to forgive you. I do pray for that. But after today, I wash my hands of you, and you are no longer a thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't believe the state has any other victim impact statements.
Okay.
Oh, so
Right, state can argue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just as a housekeeping matter to start, there will be the issue of restitution. That is the documentation is being gathered, and we ask the court would defer that for 30 days so we can present it in an orderly fashion and make sure it's comprehensive for everyone.
Any objection to leaving restitution open in 60 days? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's necessary and appropriate to share for everyone here, including the court, the background that brings us in front of Your Honor today for these proceedings. As the record reflects, and as everybody in this courtroom knows, the defendant has pleaded guilty to all 5 counts charged in the indictment. Under oath before Your Honor, he has admitted that the charges against him are true. He has reassured the court that he has not been coerced or threatened to make those admissions. And Your Honor did an extraordinary job in taking the pleas back on July 2nd. We appreciate the court's discipline and insight. The defendant has also waived appeal on the multitude of rulings from this court and Your Honor's predecessor in Latah County on dozens, literally dozens of motions seeking to dismiss the case, seeking to control or limit evidence, seeking to offer evidence that would not be appropriate. And we appreciate the court's consistent rulings based on the law, based on the facts. As Your Honor will recall, on June 18th, it's just really not that long ago, we appeared before this court for arguments on what became the defendant's final motions to this court. Motion where they wanted to offer evidence suggesting that other people were responsible for the defendant's actions, and the motion seeking essentially an indefinite continuance of the trial. It was readily apparent to all of us in the courtroom from Your Honor's comments that those motions were not going to be granted. So we returned to Moscow and continued with what we had been working on for months in preparation for trial. We had no qualms about going to trial if trial was what was necessary and appropriate. The following week after we were in court, we were approached by the defense with an inquiry about a possible plea. And I can tell the court this is the first suggestion ever that there was any consideration, because indeed the defense had maintained from the beginning that Mr. Kohberger, the defendant, was factually innocent. It's clear that the reality of the evidence and the case that had been investigated and prepared and that we were ready to present in court became a reality. Our reaction, among other things, was to reach out to all the families. And in fact, later that week, on Thursday and Friday of that last week of June, we met with representatives by teams, virtual meetings, with representatives of all the families. And we talked about the status of the case and the upcoming trial and things that related to the trial. And we also let them know that there had been an inquiry about whether there might be an offer for a plea. And we asked the family members for their thoughts and feelings. And they were candid. And they have been candid since, and we respect that. And we understand, recognize, and acknowledge that there was a difference of opinion among representatives of the different families. We understand that. One of the challenges of this case, one of the unique things about this case is we have multiple victims, each unique unto themselves, their families and friends unique unto themselves, and all of them entitled to their opinions, all of them entitled to their thoughts. Over the following weekend, our prosecution team, very skilled attorneys who were personally as well as professionally deeply invested in this case, met. And we talked, and the decision was reached. Well, to start with, were there to be any sort of plea offer or discussion, there's only one possibility. And that would be for the defendant to plead guilty straight up to all charges. There would be no bargaining about counts. There would be no bargaining about reduced sentences. And so we made the proposal to the defense that if the defendant was willing to plead guilty up front to all 5 counts as charged and waive appeal of the court's myriad decisions during the past 2.5+ years on all these motions that would have consumed years, if not decades, of time in the future. By the end of the weekend, we were notified the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged and factually acknowledge his responsibility in court for these horrible crimes. Obviously, those discussions and negotiations were confidential. And as Your Honor noted, I believe that was necessarily so, because if the defendant had decided not to plead guilty, it would have been devastating to our jury pool for there to be public information that there had been consideration by either party to a plea resolution. And protecting the prospective integrity of a trial after so many years was paramount. So, the end of the weekend came. We notified the victims' families of what had occurred. I recognize and acknowledge personally, and I respect the fact that of these fine, suffering people here, not everybody agreed with the decision we make. I accept that. It's my responsibility in the end. I recognize that that's the duty of the office that I hold. So now, it is time for the judicial system to impose final judgment and close the door on this chapter of these tragedies. As the court is aware, by the agreement of the parties, it is the state's prayer. Perhaps have the Elmo police turned on. Thank you. That on count 1, the felony burglary, that the court sentenced the defendant to the maximum period of 10 years fixed in the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. Then on count 2, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Maddie Mogen. On count 3, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez. On count 4, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Xana Kernodle. On count 5, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Ethan Chapin. And the state further prays that these sentences be ordered to run consecutively, back to back, not at the same time, to recognize and respect the unique individuality of each of these beautiful young people whose lives were taken brutally and for no reason. And hopefully now, as we have heard earlier this morning, it is time to afford the families and the friends and the community and the state of Idaho and the nation and the world to move forward. We can't undo, and we can never undo, the horror of what occurred on the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho. For a long time, the presiding district judge in Latah County was John Stegner, who eventually became a member and a justice of the Idaho Supreme Court. And Justice Stegner often observed that even God cannot change the past. But everyone in this room has the ability to take themselves forward. And we want the judicial system to afford them the opportunity today to do that. From today forward, our memories should be focused on these innocent victims whose lives were taken, on their families, on their friends, on the community. The court has heard discussion, talk today, reminiscences today about a special family that our victims shared, not just their natural, legal, and biological families, not just their university family within their sororities, for example. But this family. This is the picture taken on November 12th, 2022, of the special family of 1122 King Road. And you can see all 6 of these dynamic, vibrant, loving, special, innocent faces taken together just across the street from their residence, and barely 12 hours before 4 of them would be brutally murdered in their sleep. They've been described consistently as being bright, caring, vivacious, with futures we can only imagine now. But they were, and they remain, a special family that I think we should all recognize and appreciate. So it's time to move forward. There have been a number of statements directed specifically at the defendant today. I have one last thought. After Your Honor imposes judgment and sentences the defendant to spend the rest of his life in prison, in other words, sentence the defendant to die in prison, he's going to stand up in the belly chains and leg irons that he's wearing today, and he's going to be escorted into the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. And the door will close behind him forever. That is the closure that we seek, that all of these people, these loving friends and family deserve.
so that we can move forward. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, does the defense have evidence to present today? All right. Does defense wish to make argument today? All right, Mr. Kohberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Well, please. All right, let me start this morning by acknowledging and thanking those that have come here today in support of their loved ones. And I appreciate your courage and your strength. And I hope that you are able to move on as best as possible. Thank counsel for the professionalism that they've exhibited throughout this case. It's been my great honor to preside in this case and to help bring, to the extent possible, some resolution and hopefully justice to this case. During the quiet morning hours of November 13, 2022, a faceless coward breached the tranquility of 6 beautiful young people and senselessly slaughtered them, 4 of them. Who committed this unspeakable evil was unknown for several weeks, but due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. This unfathomable and senseless act of evil has caused immeasurable pain and loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is the greatest tragedy that can be inflicted upon a person. Parents who took their children to college in a truck filled with moving boxes had to bring them home in hearses lined with coffins. The loss this killer inflicted was not just the death of these people's children, siblings, grandchildren, as we've heard today. It has ripped a hole in their soul, destroying a special part of their very essence. Any person who is a parent defines themselves foremost as such. It is their existence and purpose of being. And it has been stolen from these parents. None of us have experienced the loss these victims have in the unspeakable way that they have. And therefore, none of us can, nor should we, question the way in which they have handled their loss. Whether that be in private mourning, removed as far as possible from this media circus, or in front of a camera demanding retribution with the loudest megaphone. I've listened intently to the stories and pain that have been shared today, with great awe at the courage and resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how, frankly, courageous they have been despite the hell that they have faced by uncaring people who have come up with all kinds of crazy theories about two kids simply being kids. The parents, siblings, and other family members who have spoken today are designated as victims in our legal system. But going forward, I hope that they can shed that label, as it gives too much power to the evil that condemned them to that role. They are and should be known as survivors, fighters, and foremost as witnesses to the tremendous lives of value and unbounded promise of these four young people. But those speaking today and those who did not speak, but who carry the same burden, this same loss, now carry forward the memories of these now perpetually young people, these forever children. These survivors carry the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of these children, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, are never forgotten, and the positive impacts that they have had on so many lives are never minimized, and that the love they shared, the light that they shined onto others is forever celebrated. As we sit here today, this case is ending, and we are now certain who committed these unspeakable acts of evil, but we don't know, and what we may never know is why. I share the desire expressed by others to understand the why. But upon reflection, it seems to me, and this is just my own opinion, that by continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power. The need to know what is inherently not understandable makes us dependent upon the defendant to provide us with a reason, and that gives him the spotlight, the attention, and the power he appears to crave. Yet even if I could force him to speak, which legally I cannot, how could anyone ever be assured that what he speaks is the truth? Do we really believe, after all of this, he's capable of speaking the truth or of giving up something of himself to help the very people whose lives he destroyed? Rather, I suspect the so-called reason would be dished out in enticing, self-serving, and aggrandizing, untruthful bits, leaving people wanting more information, more insight, and thus enhancing even further the power he seeks to hold. Even if we could get truthful insight into his why, I suspect it would not in any way quench one's thirst for actually understanding why in the first instance. Because there is no reason for these crimes that could approach anything resembling rationality. No conceivable reason could make any sense. And in the end, the more we struggle to seek explanation for the unexplainable, the more we try to extract a reason, the more power and control we give to him. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration. I know there has been concern about him collaborating on books or movies or other media projects, and I truly hope that someone does not stoop to affording him this spotlight that he desires in the name of clicks, royalties, or profits. While criminal behavioralists should study him away from the spotlight in an attempt to prevent other would-be killers from acting on their worst impulses, there should be no need for that to spill over into the public eye. The great Idaho jurist Edward Lodge was known for trying to find something positive about every person he ever sentenced. And with over a half a century as a trial judge, that was a lot of people. This was often challenging, and I recall in one case he said that the best he could come up with was the defendant had good penmanship. Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, his giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding let alone regret for, the pain that he has caused. And therefore, I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. And accordingly, based upon his conduct and based upon the record before this court, recognizing the standards that govern this court's sentencing decisions as set forth in State v. Toohill, I hereby sentence Mr. Kohberger as follows. On count 1, burglary, 10 years fixed, 0 years indeterminate. I also impose a fine of $50,000. Count 2, first-degree murder of Madison Mogan. I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 3, for first-degree murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the victim of the family, or to the family of the victim, pardon me. On count 4, for the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 5, for the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. The sentences on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall run consecutively to one another. Restitution will be left open for 60 days. Defendant will be required to submit a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression to the Department of Corrections and comply with the DNA Database Act. I remand the defendant to the custody of the Idaho State Board of Corrections for to be imprisoned in an appropriate facility and execution of the sentence where he will remain until he dies. Though you've waived your right to appeal, you do have a right to file a notice of appeal, and any such appeal must be filed within 42 days of the date of the written judgment, which will be entered shortly hereafter. Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement, and so I certainly suggest you discuss that with counsel if that is your desire. I ask the media and public present to allow the families to be escorted out first before they leave. Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them, and I am encouraged by your humanity and strength. And God bless you. We're adjourned.
Okay. Get off that real quick. We didn't get to see Bryan walk off in shackles. There is a press conference in 45 minutes from the moment that this ended. So they are saying probably going to be at 2:15 p.m. It'll be outside, or it's actually inside. There's another room that they're using. So we'll be waiting there for that press conference. I don't know if, let me see who's going to be. They're putting cameras up in there for the pool. So Bryan Kohberger's family did not speak. Ethan's family, I don't even know if they're there. And Bethany had Emily read, which actually, I mean, Emily lives in Boise. And Steve ended up showing up and speaking. Kaylee's brother, Stephen, did not speak, though. We'll recap all of that. I agree with Hippler. The why, even when you get the why, then how do you even understand the why? Because whatever the why could be for something like this, no rational human being could understand that why. And it would be like a never ending, but there's going to be hold on. I want to put this all set up for the press conference. The answers that we are going to get or that you may want are going to come in the form of the documents, police reports, whatever they are going to unseal. There's a press conference where 4 people are going to be talking. So stand by. Court TV they're setting up all the cameras now. So they said there would be like a 45-minute gap between. This is exactly what they did with Delphi. Bryan Kohberger has 42 days to put this appeal in. I went over the Idaho statute with all of it. You can appeal past the 42 days, but it's stronger when you appeal within the 42 days, like anything. So, but he didn't mention anything about when he said he's going to start looking. When I say he, the judge is going to start looking at the docket in reverse order. Because even though the gag order is lifted, guys, anything that's sealed as far as the documents, then whoever document that is, they can't talk about that document until it's unsealed. So, like, for example, someone like Cy Ray, having him on until his stuff and Nick Balance's and whatever they're going to seal or unseal, then that's where, like, that's your meeting.
Because of something happened, and I'm grateful to know and have met some new family because of this awful event. But this is probably the last time we're all going to be in the same room together. Let's be real. So I can say, I love you all, and I feel your pain. And just God bless us all, you know, just get through it.
Okay. So as they're setting up the cameras, hold on one second, and the microphones. I did get a picture of Dylan. I think it's with her mom. I'll share that. And if one of the mods, Mary P, are you still in there, in here? If you could double check to see who's getting the pull camera for inside where the, I can't remember if it was Court TV or Law and Crime. One of them was having the pull camera for the everybody that wants to know all these answers. That's where you're going to get that, or whatever they think that they're going to give out. Let me go ahead and share a picture. Super sad. This is sad. Here you go. This was Dylan after she'd spoke, and then I mean, I think you guys could hear the crying that was going on. So Again, the press conference features Brett Payne, Darren Gilbertson, Bill Thompson, and Matthew Dollinger, or Captain Dollinger. So this is what's coming up, and let me get us on over there. Yep, I think Court TV is going to have that. And so we're just all waiting patiently. Again, they're going to be setting up into a different room. And we have it as Court TV is going to have the so I'm excited to see who's going to be there to ask the questions. Thank you so much, Teresa. Teresa sent $25 through Cash App. Thank you so much, Teresa. New Orleans lady's like, I know you told me to let them show their asses, but I just had to put another person in the timeout. We understand, New Orleans lady. We get it. Again, we're just waiting patiently here. Again, it is the this is the press conference that's being done by the state, you know. I was hoping it should be in, I'm expecting it to be in 30 minutes. So that's what we're waiting on. Moscow said that it would happen 45 minutes after this was over. So whoa, what a day. What a day. Whoa. Thank you so much, LaDonna, $15. Jeez. Thank you, Hannah, Rhonda. Rhonda, do people say to you, help me, Rhonda? You heard that, right?
Welcome back to Court TV Live on our continuing coverage of the sentencing in the Idaho student murders. Inside the courthouse behind me, we have been witness to an array of emotions, anger, sadness, even some humor as the families pay tribute to their lost loved ones and address the killer face to face. The final victim impact statement will be delivered by Xana Kernodle's mother, Carol.
I'm Karen Northington. I am Xana Kernodle's mother. This letter is to you, really. But it's for my daughter, who was murdered by you.
Okay.
Today I stand before you, the man who is responsible for murdering.
So as we are waiting for the press conference to start, I'm gonna go on over to Twitter, and everybody likes to go wild on Twitter, right? So here we go, Twitter. This is Brian Enton. Olivia just told me Kohberger was clenching his jaw while she spoke to him and that he seemed like he was forgetting to blink. Brian Enton said that Kohberger will likely have his own tablet with music, email, and movies in his prison cell. Also, he can buy his own TV in his cell. Everybody's jumping in on this. Oh my gosh. Ian Runkle says, okay, victim impact statements in the United States are wild compared to Canada. Family member going on about how she hopes BK gets raped in prison, and I'm like, this is allowed. That's what Runkle of the Bailey just tweeted out 18 minutes ago. Let's see. Trying to play this clip. Why isn't it playing how I want it to play?
Well, I'm disappointed the firing squad won't get to take their shots at you. I'm confident that the men in prison will have their way with you in more ways than one. You will finally get what you wanted, physical touch. Just probably not how you were expecting it. See, you haven't beat the system. You've simply entered a new one, where the rules are cruel and the consequences will never end. You are entering a place where no one will care who you are and no one will ever respect you. You will be forgotten, discarded, used, and erased. You will always be remembered as a loser, an absolute failure. And when those prison doors slam shut behind you, I hope that sound echoes in your heart for the rest of your meaningless days. I hope it reminds you of what we all already know. You're nothing. May you continue to live your life in misery. You are officially the property of the state of Idaho, where your fellow inmates are anxiously awaiting your arrival. But it's okay, because they're there to help you. Hell will be waiting. Quick message from our
Oopsies.
Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Oh my gosh. I was like, whoa, wow. Wow. Okay. Meredith O. Kaylee Gonzalez's mother wishing prison rape on Bryan Kohberger right now is everything. Microdots. Big D's during Bryan Kohberger's sentencing. Jonathan Lee. Oh, God.
That decision right then and there. So,
here we go.
You know what? I want to make it as difficult as possible. I knew my...
Oopsies. I'm going to play something.
And outrage from the victim.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna. They have like a podium set up outside now as well. So we're gonna get this podium outside. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Wow, for fuck's sake. Actually, we're going to do it like this.
Including the killing of University of Idaho football player Eric McMillan
There is a clear and Trump.
Ooh, ooh.
Outrage from the victim's family and community. Same pattern is emerged in the Silas Parks and John Lee cases, both of which prosecuted by Bill Thompson. For capital eligible.
Hear the report.
Indeterminate. I also impose a fine.
Uh-oh. What the heck? Hold on. I want to start right. Oh, now I got it. Okay.
As a $270,000 total fine with civil penalties, he would make $1 million if he gave a statement. I don't think the department, he can't sit down with an interview with anyone unless expressly approved by the head of the Idaho Department of Corrections, which will.
That's true.
That's what they do. She got a lot in this process.
All right.
Certain people.
So here's where the family, there's a podium, and this is where the family comes out and speaks at the podium.
Hard fought battle. But we have our person, and we have him where he belongs. So for that, we are thankful for all the men and women that put the work together, put this case together, and once it's part of the court system, it was a little ugly, but we got that conviction, and we're glad to be moving on. We're glad we can move on.
There's some truth to that, but then, there's also the fact that, what would he tell as a lie as to opposed to the truth, so.
The knife, if he gave the knife up, or if he gave a part of his kill kit, if he gave out facts that only the killer would know,
It would corroborate things.
it would corroborate things. And he even addressed there's been way too many conspiracies, and the surviving witnesses had to go through hell. Well, no better way to protect them than by getting some of those details. If you got those details, then, as simple as just saying I did it solo would have been, valuable, I think. And, we stand by the negotiation wasn't justice. It was just it was a shortcut. And we said from the very beginning, we're not interested in the shortcut for our daughter, and we wanted everything.
Steve, you turned the podium at one point. Talk to us about why you wanted to stare at him.
Well, because he's a coward. He's been protected by the court from day one, the minute that he was arrested. So I wanted to let him know that I was directing everything towards him, and his days of being protected are coming to an end. From what I've been explained, he gets on a van today, and he's got like 11, 12-minute ride, and then he'll be the responsibility of Idaho State.
Were you planning on turning the podium though, or did you do that?
I remember reading it saying, "Do not move." So I was like, "Well, I'm moving this." I just kind of made that decision right then and there. So, I want to make it as difficult as possible. I knew my daughter was going to do a speech, and I'd heard it, and I was like, "He's going to hate this. He's going to hate this next set of people that are going to come forward and really rip into him and really expose him for what kind of a piece of trash he was." And we've been waiting a long time to say some of those things that needed to be said.
I'd written up a statement. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe this is where you.
Okay. Well, allow me a second.
Maybe like before the pitch.
So this is a statement.
Yeah, definitely wasn't.
Read.
Yeah, my name's Steve Gonzalez. I'm Kaylee's older brother. She was my little sister, my friend, the middle child in the heart of our family. There are no words that can fully describe her spirit, but if you knew her, you knew joy, you knew light, you knew someone who made everything better just by being in the room. My statement was largely grounded in one goal, and that was to do everything for anyone who listens to this and has to go through something similar, to not have to endure what we had. My family's fought tirelessly, not just for answers, but for accountability. We've stood in front of cameras, behind closed doors, and across from people who didn't want us to speak, but we did, and we won't stop now. Across nearly every murder case prosecuted by Bill Thompson, including the killing of University of Idaho football player Eric McMillan, there is a clear and troubling pattern. Families are left feeling unheard, justice is negotiated down through plea deals, and the public is left with unanswered questions. In the McMillan case, charges were reduced from first-degree to second-degree murder, prompting confusion and outrage from the victim's family and community. Same pattern is emerged in the Silas Parks and John Lee cases, both of which prosecuted by Bill Thompson, where capital eligible crimes were resolved through plea agreements, sidestepping trials and diminishing public accountability. The most egregious of these crimes was the brutal killing of Whitney Parks, a young pregnant woman whose life was taken by her husband, Silas Parks, during a violent domestic assault. Whitney was only 22 years old. Whitney was beaten and strangled in her own home, an act of cruelty that not only ended her life, but also the life of her unborn child. And yet, despite the devastating nature of this crime, Bill Thompson reduced the charges from murder to voluntary manslaughter, ultimately securing a sentence that allowed Parks the possibility of parole after just 5 years. There was no trial, no full accounting of what Whitney endured, no acknowledgement in the legal outcomes of the child she was carrying. For Whitney's family, and for anyone who believes that justice system should speak forcefully for victims, this wasn't justice.
This was in the book, you guys. In James Patterson's book, Chief Fry talks about this case, and he makes it seem like that this family like texts him and messages him and shit like that. This is wild to hear this, because I'm like shocked right now. In the book, you would be led to believe that these families have like, oh my God, Bill Thompson and Chief Fry, they're amazing and they get shit done, and you know, we stand with them and blah blah blah. They were sending Chief Fry text messages, this family, according to James Patterson.
It was a deal. And it was like so many others under Thompson's watch. It prioritized expedience over accountability. Now, almost predictably, we find ourselves reliving that pattern in the current case. Despite the magnitude and brutality of the crime, the prosecution chose to accept a plea deal behind closed doors, without trial, without ever consulting our family in any meaningful way. In fact, we learned from the plea deal that had been finalized from an email from the prosecution team. Not in person, not with warning, not with respect. That moment underscored what we feared all along, and that this case was following the same well-worn path toward expedience over justice. Sentencing once again fails to reflect the severity of the act, and the emotional fallout has landed again on the shoulders of the victims' families, who have been left out, unheard, and grieving not just a horrific loss, but a system that continues to bypass them. The through line is undeniable. Whether it's 2004 or 2025, this prosecutional, is that a word? Sorry. Prosecutional approach has consistently abandoned the very approach it is, or the very people it is supposed to protect. The trends you'll notice from Thompson's prosecuted crimes are the following: plea bargains avoiding capital punishment, charge reductions, sentences that misalign with the gravity of the crime, lack of trial due to plea bargains. These aren't just failures in process, they're failures that have real consequences for real people. After reviewing Bill Thompson's history, it's clear our family was never given a fair chance at justice, but this isn't just about a prosecutor's record, it's about Kaylee. It's about my sister. She's not just one of the Idaho 4. She was a daughter, a sister, a best friend, and the light in every room she walked into. When the prosecution followed the same path we've seen before, Closed doors, limited input, and a plea deal handed down without our voice became painfully clear that Kaylee was being treated just like another case. But she wasn't. She was everything to us, and our pain has only deepened, knowing that the system didn't fight for her the way she deserved. I'll leave everyone with this. There's 1,000 things I wish I could say to Kaylee, but today I'll just say this. I will always carry her with me for the rest of my life, and I will never stop being her brother.
Steve,
Thank you.
Now that the gag order is lifted, is there anything that you've learned over the last 2.5 years from the investigators or the prosecutors that you can share with us now and speak about?
Well, I think it was kind of interesting that once the president sent a truth statement out, they called us right up and they told us everything. So I don't know what was holding them back before, but we spent about 3 hours, close to 3 hours with the lead detectives.
What?
And yeah, we found because our main thing was we didn't want to have victims advocate statements that had lies and misquotes and misinformation in it. So I appreciate the president, putting a little bit of pressure on there, and it seemed to work. Up until that time, they told us they were not going to tell us, and we were going to have to just wait for the things to be unsealed. But yeah, it was horrific what Kaylee went through. Yeah, and I don't want to protect this guy, but I won't give out all the details. I'll be general, but yeah, she was stabbed over 30 plus times, and she was struck, and there was quite a bit of damage to her face. So this guy's just an absolute monster. Anyone who thinks that he's otherwise, I just looked at pure demons out there. When I was looking at him, we had a stare down, and he's just filled with demons. He's dark pits of eyes, and there's something seriously wrong with that man.
Steve, why was it important for you to look him directly in the eyes? And what did you see as you spoke to him?
I looked him straight in the eyes, and I just seen black holes and just anger at me. He was telling me with his face that he fucking hated me. He absolutely fucking hated me.
Why did you want to speak to him directly that way?
It's the most personal one. Like,
Yeah,
Look at me
yeah,
in my eye.
yeah.
You took my daughter's life. Look at me.
Yeah,
Did your family get something today that you didn't?
yeah, 100%.
It's a little early to actually even answer that for myself. I think that kind of stuff needs to set in and sink in, and
Smart
you regret maybe saying some things, or you wish that you would have said things. So I think right now
Yeah.
we're just kind of in the mix of the tornado, and the real feelings.
As the spotlight then fades, what do you want the public to remember? Do you understand?
Our main thing is hopefully this could be a template for another family that you can use the media as much as they're using you. You can use it to keep people accountable, keep people honest, keep the court system treating you with a little bit of respect. And I think that's what we did. And the more that you get active, I think the more chance that you're going to get that justice in the end. I think you really got to try to make your kids stand out, or whoever you're trying to protect, you make them real. Get on the internet and talk to people.
Before you go, and I want to ask Olivia today. Spectacular. Olivia asked the question, what was the other weapon in despite this meeting with the prosecutors? There still sounds like there's something there.
No, we do know that another weapon was used on Kaylee. So we don't know what that weapon was, but
They didn't recover it.
along with the knife wasn't recovered. But Kaylee was not just stabbed. There was other things that happened to Kaylee.
What?
Talk about that a little. The conversation we had with the prosecution was about healing more than anything. It was about giving the victims' families answers. And they may share some of that information at a later date, but today is not the day for that. Today is about the sentencing. It's about putting the defendant in prison for the rest of his life. So there may be more details to come about that, but that conversation that they had was about the healing process and finding some answers that they had. And so we may share at a later date, but today's not the day. Okay.
Thank you guys.
Thanks.
Another weapon.
All right, I want to bring in here Missy Maris, who's been listening along with me with the parents of Kaylee Gonzalez. You just heard from Steve Gonzalez Jr., along with Christy Gonzalez, her parents and her brother there, describing what today has been like.
All right, so we also have a press conference coming up right.
Yes, we do. We have the press conference coming up. Oh my goodness. And they're getting all the mic and stuff ready. Oh, okay, here.
Karen and I just left the sentencing where we gave our victim impact statement. Judge Hippler sentenced the defendant to the maximum allowable sentence under the plea agreement. The sentence will ensure that this evil will never again terrorize a family as he did ours and 3 others. Trial would have involved risks. Had the defendant been convicted, he may not have been given the death penalty. Had he been convicted of the death penalty, we would have had to endure years, maybe even decades of appeals. This way, his fate is sealed. Society is protected, and we can move on with our lives and attempt to recover. Maddie was our purpose and our hope. We remain lost without her, but we will find our way. Thank you. Get up. Thank you.
Yes, today is the first day that it's been confirmed. Multiple weapons, but I don't know if it's multiple weapons on multiple people, but Kaylee stabbed 30 times with 2 different weapons. Let's go to the AP channel. AP looks like they're the ones that are having it. So hang on tight really quick. Gosh. Truth and Transfers will be live all day today. Wow. Overkill. So many more questions. Oh my God. So basically, one of like the things that you can logically say is when Ann Taylor is saying like it's multiple weapons, okay, multiple weapons, that wasn't a lie. But when it's multiple weapons on the same person, mm. 30 times stabbed, multiple weapons out of the 30 stabbings, and you have to get this all done within like 7 minutes, from like 4:10, 4:09 to 4:17.
Final white balance sound check.
Aaron Snell.
Yep. everybody. Checking one, checking two, sound. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Good.
Turn it up a little bit.
Checking.
Little bit more sound there.
Keep talking. Sorry, gotta keep talking.
One,
Sound
two.
checking. 5-minute warning.
5-minute warning.
Keep going. Keep going. News conference for the Kohberger case. Post conviction. Post sentencing. Beautiful day outside. Welcome to the city of Boise. Wonderful place to be. California. Better climate here. Better environment. Anything? We're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you. So 5 minutes.
Thank you.
5-minute warning. Oh.
Oh, switch her up.
All right, and guys, welcome to Truth and Transparency. This is the post-sentencing press conference. Officer or Corporal Payne, Detective Payne Gilbertson from the Idaho State Police, Bill Thompson, and then Captain or now Chief Dollinger will speak. No one from Idaho State Police, I guess, Moscow, and then you got the prosecutor. No FBI, nobody from WSU, nobody from Pullman, nobody from Pennsylvania. No Ashley Jennings. Hit that thumbs up. Bring your friends on over. There's been new information. Kaylee was stabbed over 30 times, 2 weapons. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. There we go. Oh, Ashley Jennings is up there. Up, the whole prosecution is going to be up there.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Dollinger, and I am the Chief of Police of the Moscow Police Department. Thank you for joining us. Today marks the conclusion of a case that has profoundly impacted the University of Idaho, the city of Moscow, the state of Idaho, and communities nationwide. Today's sentencing of Bryan Kohberger brings the legal process to a close, following his conviction for the brutal murders of Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Bogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. While this marks the end of a long and challenging journey through the criminal justice system, we acknowledge that for the families, friends, and loved ones of these 4 young people, the grief does not end because the losses are permanent and the pain remains. We want to express our deepest gratitude for their strength and resilience during this challenging time. We will honor their loved ones' memories and reaffirm our commitment to ensuring their lives are not forgotten. This investigation, one of the most complex and high-profile cases in our state's history, was made possible by an extraordinary level of collaboration. From local and state police officers to federal agents and analysts, as well as prosecutors, forensics teams, and technical experts. It also took immense courage, patience, and resilience from a grieving community whose role was invaluable. From the very beginning of this tragedy, Moscow Police Department and our law enforcement partners never lost sight of the mission, which was to bring justice for the victims and their families, and to hold accountable the person who committed these horrible crimes. Despite the complexity of this case, our team never wavered. They never gave up, and we completed the mission. During this investigation, I was fortunate to witness the level of professionalism, expertise, drive, and passion that each member of the investigative team brought to the overall effort. And it was truly awe-inspiring. To all who came to our aid and assisted in this immense undertaking, I cannot express my gratitude enough. We are forever thankful. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the amazing communities of Moscow and the University of Idaho. For weeks on end during this investigation, the support you provided to our team was greatly appreciated. The numerous phone calls, letters, and seemingly endless stream of food helped keep our spirits high and encouraged us to press on. Today, we want to provide an opportunity to hear from the key agencies involved in the investigation, prosecution, and overall response to this case. Each agency played a vital role in pursuit of truth and accountability. Further remarks will be provided by the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, followed by the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Office of the Attorney General. Each speaker will provide brief comments, followed by a limited Q&A session. With that, I'd like to introduce Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, representing the Latah County Prosecutor's Office.
All right, they switched their minds up. Here we go.
Anthony, welcome everybody. It's been a long time since we've been able to stand in the same room together. You have to listen to me talk. I'm sorry. First off, I want to thank the folks here in Ada County. I can tell you I would much prefer to be in Latah County right now and be able to talk to the people most directly impacted by this. But Ada County has been a phenomenal support and protector for the integrity of this case. And I just want to send that shout out right now. So today, you were all, I think, listening in either in person or with the live stream. We have reached the conclusion of the judicial process, and we believe we've achieved accountability and finality and certainty for everyone who has suffered from this, so we can try to move on. As you are aware, Mr. Kohberger pleaded guilty to all 5 counts of the indictment. He pleaded guilty as charged. There was no plea bargain to change charges, drop charges. He pleaded guilty straight up, and he admitted under oath to Judge Hippler the allegations are true. He has also received a life and death sentence, and that he is going into the Department of Corrections custody, and he will remain there until he dies. And our communities are protected from him. Our communities are safe from him. And we have finality and conclusion, not just for the families, but for everyone who suffered because of this. Chief Dollinger talked about the extraordinary teamwork on this case. I can tell you that Ashley Jennings, my senior deputy, and I, we were with the investigators from day one. We worked as a team beyond any team that I've seen in my almost 33 years as a Latah County prosecutor and 45 years as an attorney in Idaho. This level of collaboration is indescribably phenomenal. And in this room, we have representatives of the FBI, and here, of course, Special Agent Grover. We have representatives from the Idaho State Police. We have representatives from the Moscow Police Department. we have representatives from the Office of the Idaho Attorney General. I can tell you, I will be forever grateful for the assistance that Jeff Nye, the head of the criminal division, and his deputy attorneys general, Ingrid and Maddie, standing beside him, offered to us. I don't know that we would have been able to reach the conclusion that we have today as successfully without their brilliant and dedicated work. And they too have lived this case from the get-go. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families, not just the immediate biological or legal families, but the university family, the 1122 King Street family. You all saw the group picture, and you've seen that group picture so many times over the past 2.5 years. And now you have real faces to go with those young, vibrant people who, 4 of whom were killed 12 hours, half day after that picture was taken. We respect the families. We realize that we had tough decisions to make, and we made them, but we did not make them in a vacuum. As I said in court today, we reached out to the families. We asked their thoughts. We listened to what they had to say. We accept and recognize that not everybody agrees with the decision we made, but this isn't a popularity contest. We made what we thought was the most appropriate decision under the law and on the facts to give this case closure in a sense that would never be realized otherwise. Judge Hippler talked today about, I guess, the fallacy of expecting that there would be some miraculous coming clean and disclosure from the defendant. In the first instance, as the judge said, he doesn't have the power to compel that. We, the state, don't have the power to compel that. And as a practical matter, it would not be helpful. It would give him a forum to share whatever he thought, to control the dialogue. Not going to happen to our victims. We can't allow that to happen. So I'll say this with caution. I look forward to your questions. I will be perfectly honest with you. I will answer them as best I can. If I can't tell you the answer to something, I'll tell you. And I ask for your assistance and your respect as we walk through that, because there are still people who are suffering, and I'm not going to victimize families. I'm not going to victimize the deceased again. And I'll just tell you that if we get those sorts of questions. But we'll get that in a little bit. Right now, what I would like to do is hand the podium over to Colonel Bill Gardner from the Idaho State Police so he can share his agency's perspective on this. Thank you.
Oh, wait. So, okay.
Thanks, Bill. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Bill Gardner, Director of the Idaho State Police. To the families, your courage and strength throughout this painful process, it indeed kept us moving forward. Your strength, and particularly your love for one another, was inspiring, and it motivated all of us. You've carried a burden no one should ever have to bear. This investigation demanded the very best from everyone involved. Crime scene teams, forensic scientists, intelligence analysts, and investigators answered the call with professionalism, precision, and resolve. They did not do it for recognition. They did it because 4 innocent lives were taken, and the victims and their families deserve nothing less. It is clear this case required a team approach. Not only did the Moscow Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI come together quickly, but others provided significant assistance behind the scenes. I'd like to highlight a few of those. I personally want to thank Colonel Paris of the Pennsylvania State Police. Once this case moved across the country, the Pennsylvania State Police went out of their way to provide resources and support while our people were on the ground there. Also, it's important to note that from the moment this case began, Governor Little was fully supportive of the investigative process. He provided funding and support to make sure the job was done right. And finally, as was already mentioned, the Idaho Attorney General's office provided significant input and help during the preliminary motions. We relied heavily upon their expertise as we moved throughout this whole process. As law enforcement officers, we often say that this is more than a job, it's a calling. This case reminds us why we answer that call, why we stand for victims, why we fight. In this case, why we fight pure evil, and why we keep going. Even when the road is long and answers are hard to find. In this horrific case, I am proud of the work that was done and the people who carried it out. They exemplify the very best of our profession and helped bring closure to 4 families. I'll now turn the podium over to Salt Lake City FBI Field Office Supervisory Senior Resident Agent, Brett Grover.
What was his name?
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Grover. I'm the Supervisory Senior Resident Agent in our Coeur d'Alene office of the FBI, which is part of our FBI Salt Lake City Division. On behalf of the FBI, we offer our deepest condolences to the families of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xander Canoodle, and Ethan Chapin. The culmination of this case was a long time coming, and we hope the victims' families and friends have some sense of peace in knowing that Bryan Kohberger is being held responsible and accountable for his heinous actions. The FBI is proud to have supported the Moscow Police Department in the state of Idaho with the investigation and prosecution of this case. Countless hours have gone into this investigation. The FBI dedicated significant resources to include digital and forensic analysis, intelligence support from our folks at FBI headquarters and field offices around the country, and victim services, which continue to this day. Today's sentencing also demonstrates how the responsible use of investigative genetic genealogy, or IGG, can transform a crime scene into accountability and closure. The IGG process involves the use of DNA analysis combined with traditional genealogy research to generate investigative leads for unsolved violent crimes. In late 2022, IGG provided a crucial investigative direction for investigators working this case. But I want to be clear, IGG was just one tool that led us here today. It's a powerful complement to the core investigative work done by both the FBI and our partner agencies. The bottom line is that successful cases like this are about strong partnerships and a shared goal, the goal of keeping our communities safe and providing a measure of justice for the families of our victims. Thank you. I'll now turn the time over to the Attorney General for the state of Idaho.
Good afternoon. I'm Raul Labrador. I'm the Attorney General of the state of Idaho. Today's a heavy day for the families who lost their children, for the community of Moscow, and for the entire state of Idaho. With the sentencing today, a painful chapter closes in one of the darkest and most heartbreaking moments in our state's history. We're here because 4 young lives were stolen from us far too soon. They were full of promise, they had dreams and aspirations, people who loved them, and communities that believed in them. Their loss is immeasurable. Their absence is felt every day, not only by their families, but by classmates, friends, neighbors, and all of us who came to know their names and their stories. There is no sentence that can bring true justice for this kind of evil. Nothing we do today can undo the heartache or fill the empty chairs at family tables. But today's sentencing ensures one thing, that the perpetrator will never again walk free. In fact, he will never harm another family. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Prosecutor Bill Thompson, whose steady leadership has guided this case from the beginning, to the people of Layton County for their trust and commitment to justice, and to the state of Idaho, and to the state, also to the local and federal law enforcement communities who have been focused on bringing justice for the victims. I also want to recognize Jeff Nye, who's the chief of my office's criminal law division, and the team of attorneys in my office who work side by side with local prosecutors. Their contributions were quiet but vital. They helped protect the grand jury's work. They pushed back against legal challenges and successfully defended the use of advanced forensic tools that helped identify Kohberger. These were groundbreaking legal efforts done with resolve, with care, and in the name of public safety. Their outstanding legal work spared the families and the public from a drawn-out, painful trial that would have reopened wounds and prolonged the family's agony. When I became the Attorney General 2.5 years ago, I interviewed Jeff Nye. He was not the chief of the criminal division at the time. And I asked him if there was anything he would change in the office of Attorney General. If you get to know Jeff, he had a long list. It was a very long list of things that he would change in the criminal division. But the first thing he talked about was the fact that our office was not helping local prosecutors with their defense, with their prosecution. It was a take it or leave it kind of approach, that we either took the case and handled all the matter, or we did nothing at all. And he said that there were important cases where we could actually assist in the Office of Attorney General. It's one of the reasons I hired him to be my chief of the criminal division. And I think today culminates the wise decision that he had to make those changes and the important change that we made in the office. This moment didn't come easily. It was the result of tireless effort, careful preparation, and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Behind the scenes, our legal teams worked diligently to defend dozens of legal challenges. Their efforts not only helped ensure a just outcome, they also spared the families and the community from the painful trial and endless appeals that would have reopened deep wounds. To the families of Madison, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, no words from any of us, no legal ruling, and no sentence from a judge can heal what you've endured. But I want you to know this. My sincere wish is that you have not carried this burden alone. Idaho grieves with you. Idaho stands with you, and your children's names will not be forgotten. We honor them not only with our words today, but with our commitment to protecting others in their memory. I will never stop fighting for the people of Idaho, and I thank every single member of this community who has just reached out to the families and supported them. And may God bless the souls of the victims and the families who have suffered.
Thank you. Now we will transition into our question and answer phase. Joining me at the podium will be Bill Thompson from the prosecutor's office and the two lead investigators, Brett Payne and Darren Gilbertson. Just a couple of things before we begin. We recognize that everyone has a lot of questions. We're going to try to do our best to get to as many as we possibly can. Also, keep in mind that there are still some things that we are unable to talk about because of either privacy interests for the victims and their families, and or they are under seal currently in the court. So if those items do come up, then that will certainly be the answer that you will receive. And to keep this sort of orderly, I will try to be the one to point out who's got their hands up. Right there.
Chief Challenger,
Yes.
Amanda Rowley with Crime 2 in Spokane. What more can you tell us about the release documents that the police department is working on putting online, and what can we expect from that?
Certainly. As we put out in that press release, I hope everybody can understand the immense amount of information that's in this investigation is going to take a lot of time to prepare. It has to be gone through legally to be redacted or figured out whether or not it can actually be released. So I did get word today. It sounds like our website will be going live hopefully this afternoon. There should be another press release coming out in the next few hours to show that website so that people can start accessing that. Initially, what is going to be on there, and certainly this is just for the Moscow Police Department because we're only the holders of our records, but it will be all of our police reports from this investigation. So just the documents there. They'll be redacted, ready to go, again, free of charge for the public. We want to be as transparent as we possibly can, so we wanted to get those out to everyone.
Nice.
From the very beginning, your department was saying this was a targeted attack. Can you now say who was the target and what's your evidence to show that?
I'll turn that question over to the investigators to answer that one.
That was my question.
Well, I think Darren and I have
the evidence suggests that there was a reason that this particular house was chosen. What that reason is, we don't know. We don't know who the target was, and we're not going to speculate on that up here today. But we can tell you that for whatever reason, Mr. Kohberger chose that residence. Perhaps it's the location, layout, we don't know. But that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's what that statement likely led to.
During Haley got their HQ, there was a social media account that surfaced that has long had speculation that it was Bryan Kohberger.
Papa Rogers.
Can you talk at all about the Papa Roger potential
Good
connection, if
question.
any?
Right, there was no connection. There wasn't at all. We looked into every bit of it. We took a deep dive into it. We researched it.
It wasn't him.
It was not. It wasn't. Thank you. Cut that off.
Is it possible that there was a second murder weapon? Not just the knife?
What was that?
Is it possible? All the evidence shows and tells us that he used a knife, a K-bar knife. And that's a weapon we believe was used to commit all the murders.
What size was it?
It sounded like the Gonzalez family said that there was a second weapon that was used on Haley's office.
Out of respect for the families, that's something that you'll have to get from them. If they wish to share that with you, it'd probably be through them, not through us.
Okay.
And one more question. You said that it seemed like he chose that house. There's no clues as to why he chose that house?
You know, after working in Moscow for several years as Chief Dollinger, that area is frequented by many, many people at all hours of the night when college is in session.
I thought it wasn't.
So what Darren and I have surmised is that perhaps it's the old hiding in plain sight. There's lots of people around. There's lots of vehicles around at all hours. It's not isolated where you'd be noticed, where that's where that comment comes
But it's completely
It
opposite.
it doesn't make sense, and it's if you're in that neighborhood at all, it's a very complicated neighborhood. It's very closed in, but at the same time, there's everything from college kids to adults that live there, people that have full-time jobs, part-time jobs, so any one of us could come and go.
DA Thompson, during the plea hearing and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit when you were either putting up photographs or mentioning, and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit when you were either putting up photographs or mentioning the victims' names. I'm just wondering about the emotional toll. And I have one other question.
Yeah, you're right. My voice was quivering. Y'all were in there. There's a lot of powerful emotion. The losses are almost indescribable. And maybe my filters aren't as good as they might have been 45 years ago when I started in this business. But I think you also saw that even Judge Hippler was affected and impacted by this. There is no easy way to remain stiff-lipped and dry-eyed through this kind of tragedy. There just simply isn't.
I'm sure you're not aware of this yet, but there was a photograph where they zoomed in on a picture that Bryan Kohberger had on the defense counsel table. It was an image of a black heart. I don't know if you've heard this or you've seen the image. Hearing this, your thoughts?
First, I've heard of it. There is something I need to say though real quick. This is the product of, I'm sure I'm getting old in my failed memory, but there's one other person I need to recognize, and this is very important to us because this was a key person that was going to take us through trial, and that's Josh Hurward, former United States Attorney for the District of Idaho, who left office and voluntarily joined our office as a special deputy to help us. My apologies for the oversight as I wasn't reading my notes correctly, but thank you for that little interlude. Chief.
I guess my question is for Mr. Thompson, since you're still up there, and I'll leave you with one, Brian. You said that, it was your decision to accept this plea agreement. It brings finality, people die in prison, but Corporal Page said they don't know who the target was and why he targeted this house. Was there a reason why, as part of the agreement, you didn't require Ann Taylor to have her client sit down with you all and to answer some of these questions?
I think that Judge Hippler addressed that today very, very well. Of course, Judge Hippler addresses everything very well, we found. The law does not give the court or us the power to require a specific factual allocution. And just let me finish. And we recognize that. We recognize that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, we want a factual allocution. But I have to be perfectly candid. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be the truth. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be anything other than self-serving. And I don't believe there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would not further victimize the families. And so that just simply wasn't a factor. We made our decision based on our assessment of the law and the facts. We made our decision based on being able to obtain accountability and certainty, not just for the victims' families, but for the communities, for the state. And that's where our obligations go. In the end, and the old Harry Truman thing, the buck stops on my desk. Well, that's what I got when I was elected prosecutor 33 years ago. I never dreamed it would involve something like this, but we don't shirk our responsibilities just because it got big and nasty.
Thank you. Corporal Payne and Lieutenant Gilbertson. First of all, I want to say to Corporal Payne that the Chapin family told me you called him every night during that nearly 7-week marathon, even though you didn't have to. And I just think that goes to show the personal care you put in this. So that being said, I'm curious as to where you think or believe the murder weapon is, where you think or believe clothes Kohberger was wearing that night are, and how do you think he avoided forensics?
Well, I can just tell you, and forgive us if we go back and forth, it's just kind of how we roll. There is no evidence that we found that would lead us to any specific, even general location as to where the murder weapon or the clothes have been. And we searched. I mean, the FBI, again, to their credit, we had folks doing soil samples and so all sorts of things to try to come up with somewhere to start searching for these things, and we just never found this.
Soil samples.
As far as the forensics piece, I'll let Darren speak to
Yeah,
that.
and on the weapon, it wasn't a lack of trying. Everywhere that we had evidence of where he went, based upon phone records, based upon the evidence that we had gathered, we searched that. We went there. We did searches on the ground, in the water. We did searches. We sent soil samples to try to figure out maybe where a shovel had been used. So we searched everywhere that we possibly could. But the reality is we're looking for a singular small, it's not that small, but K-bar 9.
It's not that small?
So, it's in this of where it could have been, and we just were not able.
Where's the other weapon though?
The clothes and his ability to avoid forensics at the scene, in a murder scene where we now know David Gonzalez was stabbed 34 times and then another victim was stabbed more.
Right. So the reality is that somebody can carry this out and still not get covered in blood. That's the reality of it. And this does happen. And there's plenty of studies of that. And we've had some of the world's experts that we've asked those same questions because we've struggled with that. Why do we not find more here and there? And the reality was, if somebody has the training, if somebody has thought about it, if somebody wears the right type of clothing, that could be the outcome. That's what we were left with here.
Chief of Stars of CNN, Mr. Thompson, did you do psychological testing on Bryan Kohberger? Did that weigh into your decision to have a plea deal? And the stabbings, multiple stabbings, are very personal. How did you assess that mode of murder?
I can tell you that psychological testing was done with Mr. Kohberger. The results of that do not rise to a defense to his conduct under Idaho law. The results of the various testing, most of it done by the defense on behalf of the defense, is also sealed by court order. So I can't speak to any specifics, but I can tell you, yes, psychological testing was done. I can also tell you that no, psychological testing or any potential psychological condition of Mr. Kohberger, that did not play a role in our decision.
Bill, does it have any bearing on where he will be placed or housed?
Where Mr. Kohberger, where the defendant is going to be housed is going to be up to the Idaho Department of Correction. And that could very well change over time. And the reality is we will know about it after it happens.
Stupid question.
Did you monitor Mr. Kohberger's communications while he was incarcerated? And did he say anything that was helpful or
give you any insight as to why he did this?
Yeah, we did monitor it, both while he was housed in Latah County and then once he's moved down to Ada County. We have hundreds, thousands of hours of monitoring that was done, but there was nothing of evidentiary value that was gained from any of it.
So we never confessed. Yeah.
It's my understanding that the jail will not be releasing things that involve personal conversations with third parties. That ultimately would be a decision because the recordings are in possession of the 2 correctional facilities or detention facilities. But I'm pretty certain the Latah County Sheriff's Office policy does not allow for that, and I would guess Ada County is similar. You can ask them.
Right here.
Thank you. Greg Fisher with CBS News 48 Hours. Was there any evidence that Kohberger was following the social media of any of the victims?
No.
So trust us, we wanted that to be the case. We've looked for a link and we have not found one. Not one.
Through the entire investigation, I think that's something that we need, that you want, is to help to understand this and say, well, what's the connection? What was the link? And so we had every resource possible and we worked that tirelessly, both from everything from his side, but all the victims and all the members of the house from their side. So we have never to this date found a single connection between him and any of the 4 victims or the 2 surviving victims.
Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. My question's for the investigator. You guys are going through this case. You've got a lot of evidence about his background, his education, his training. You said earlier you couldn't identify a reason the house was targeted. Do you have a motive?
We don't.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting. This question is for Anthony Dollinger, actually. I remember when Anthony was lead cop assigned to talk to us at the very beginning when all of this happened, and now you're running the show. So I wanted to ask, as a community member, has this case shaped and changed how you're doing this?
It's changed everyone involved. How could it not? It was a devastating tragedy to our community, and our police department is part of that community, and it was very difficult for us as well. So, this is just one of those things that will not define us, but it is certainly part of our history that we will never forget. Yes.
Rebecca Bennett, Associated Press. The perhaps unprecedented level of interest in support case like this in Idaho was matched by an extremely high level of secrecy with the case. The Gonzales County has said that they're desperate for answers about what happened to their daughter. Do you anticipate most of the court documents being sealed, or are there things that you will specifically request remain sealed?
As far as the court documents, Judge Shipler told us that he is going to work with the attorneys to go through every sealed document. Probably most of the documents were sealed for the purpose of protecting against tainting a jury pool. And those documents I would expect would become unsealed. Requests for discovery, various things like that. There are also documents in there that contain very personal, private information regarding victims and families. I expect those likely will not be released under Idaho's protections against what the law calls unwarranted invasions of personal privacy. I realize that can be frustrating for folks who want to be able to explore this thoroughly, but we have to balance, and the law balances, the privacy of the people who have suffered, including the victims who are dead, with giving the public as much information as we responsibly can.
Alex Duggan, the spokesman review. I'm just wondering, did a lack of knowing the reason or the motive concern you when prepping for trial? Because juries tend to want to explore the motive or reason for a crime. And also, how do you as investigators and attorneys grapple with that? Because you can't rationalize something irrational, and how do you continue knowing that maybe you won't get an answer?
What was that?
Well, I'll tell you from an investigator standpoint, we already know and realize we often don't get to know that. We want it. We all do. We naturally want that. But the reality is it's not something that we have to have or that we get. And the reality also is that oftentimes those very things that you're asking about, they're only known to one person. It's the person that commits those crimes. And I think that's probably what we have here.
And I would add that going through this whole investigation, I'd probably say it's easier than it was for Bill's offices. We were focused on a task. We had a task to do, and it was discovering evidence and interviewing folks and that sort of thing. So the motive necessarily doesn't play a part in that, right? Obviously it can, but we were just focused on getting the job done in the correct way as best we could.
And from the prosecutor's point of view, yeah, certainly lack of a clear motive is something that we think about and consider as we're preparing for trial, because we're going to have a jury of 12, ordinary, honest citizens there who wanted to figure this thing out. But we also, and I've also found that juries tend to follow the law. And even jurors who come in with strong feelings, they tend to follow the law that the judge gives. And there is no element of motive in Idaho law for murder. And so we set that aside as something that we were going to dwell on, whether there was clear proof of a specific motive, because we knew it wasn't legally required. And practically speaking, we knew it wasn't something that we possessed that we could give to the jury without speculating. And I'm sure as heck not going to stand in front of a bunch of 12 jurors and start speculating. We're going to give them the evidence. And the evidence in this case, what you heard at the time of his guilty plea back on the 2nd, that evidence was compelling, and it showed his guilt without having to worry about motive in a human sense. Thank you for the question.
Wow.
Did he say anything when he was arrested?
So Brett, myself, members of the FBI, we traveled back to Pennsylvania. We were there. And I know they hit on it earlier, but I'd be remiss without talking about the cooperation, the support that we had from them was absolutely incredible. From the time that we got on the ground with the Pennsylvania State Police and with the FBI back there, it was unbelievable. Anything that we needed, they were there to facilitate it. So we helped to shape what that looked like, what the arrest looked like, what took place once they hit the house on the search warrant and he was taken into custody. Brett and I were at another location, a barracks of Pennsylvania State Police. And then he was brought to us and we conducted an interview with him that night there in Pennsylvania.
Can you talk about what he said?
So we went into this interview. We used a lot of influence and guidance from the FBI and their behavioral analysis unit to help us a ton in framing our interview strategy rather. When we spoke to Mr. Kohberger, we kept it pretty surface level to begin with, the idea being get him to speak and keep him speaking. It was pretty surface level. And then when we tried to get into things a bit more detailed, he decided to end the interview. So that's pretty
as soon as we tried to walk into the purpose of why we're there, which obviously he knows we're detectives from Idaho. So that's when we really started to shut down and they just shut it down.
So what did he say before that? What did he say before it?
Calm, relaxed.
Say very similar to what you see and whenever you see him in court.
Next question. Yeah, Mike Baker from New York Times. I'm wondering if you can talk about Mr. Kohberger's family, whether you got much cooperation, tips, input from them along the way.
Question.
The only thing I'm really able to talk about is that we didn't get any tips or any evidentiary items from the family.
There you go.
And,
No tips.
Just wondering if you ever had any idea of what made Mr. Kohberger take a plea deal yet?
No.
Can I ask a follow-up? I know the report.
That was a short answer. You probably have time for a short follow-up.
Can I also ask a follow-up to the investigators? I know there was some reports that there was time to container at the house. Did you ever determine what that was?
What was the question?
No, and the belief was in the once she had roommates in her statement, and that's out there, was that she observed something in his hand when she saw him, but we don't know what it was.
You had an expert who was going to testify about completing something off of his work computer, some software experts. Was there any evidence that he had tried to write anything from his phone, software-wise? The bar tried to
Yeah, and so this kind of goes into the connection to the victims as well. That's a similar question. We had the world's foremost experts on this look into it, and there was evidence that he had used software to wipe many of his devices relatively effectively. So there wasn't much evidence obtained after that.
Including, I think he had two softwares, or just one software?
I think he had one active phone, but I don't remember, so don't quote me if he had more at his home.
So
or
it
office.
was more than just the work computer that he had wiped?
Yeah, he regularly used software to try to wipe, clear things off. He used VPN.
Who
on his
doesn't?
devices also.
Kevin Fixer with the Idaho Statesman. I'm hoping you can walk us through the decision to hand off the DNA process on the knife sheet
Jerry.
to Offram Labs,
Yes.
contracted by ISP, and then ultimately the FBI takes over that IgG process. And then Prosecutor Thompson, I'm curious if you had concerns about constitutional rights issues based on how the FBI conducted themselves in that portion.
Yes. Good question.
I'll start, and I'll just speak briefly to, when we were notified that we had DNA from the knife sheath, and it was a single source male DNA, touch DNA, then we knew that we had capabilities to take that further. So that you're correct, the Idaho State Police has a contract with Offram Laboratories in Texas. So we flew that over there, and they started the process of working that in what was the beginning of the IgG process. And at some point during it, we were working with the FBI, which we did closely throughout the entire case and every aspect of it. We talked and met with them, and they had further resources and some capabilities that we thought may get us somewhere quicker. And so we made the decision to then shift that to the FBI and continue that process there.
How'd that work?
And as to your question about legal concerns, my simple answer is no. I didn't have legal concerns about how the FBI conducted their IgG investigation. I know that was the subject of lengthy, detailed, painfully detailed motions and briefing, and Mr. Nye rose to the occasion and was able to address all of that. But in the end, it's simply no different than sending somebody undercover into any place to gather information. And I was not concerned about the legality of it. And the judge came through and made the right decision that there was no violation of the defendant's rights or anybody else's rights.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Had he not left the knife sheath behind, would you have been able to track him down?
Nope.
We've talked about this ad nauseum. And the answer is yes. Through the car, most likely.
Wow.
We had some amazing people going truly line by line over tens of thousands of white Hyundai Elantras. So we believe we would have got to it through that avenue. The time frame for that is uncertain. It could have been a week later, it could have been 2 months later. We just don't know.
Or
We would have found it.
20 years.
There's a lot of questions in regards to that initial window. Brett and I made the decision on what that window was, even though the experts were saying there may be more years that match it, but the simple numbers that we began to look at were astronomical, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of these vehicles. So we chose to try to narrow it and start smaller, and then as we had to, we were going to open that up. But we both believe we would have gotten through the car.
A question for Mr. Thompson. Amanda Rowley with Front 2. It appears that the plea deal, it felt a bit rushed. So the question is, why did it happen so quickly, considering some of the families were against it? And also, the Mogan family at the plea hearing mentioned saying that this is the best possible outcome. Just wondering, do you agree with that, or would you have liked to have seen a different outcome?
What?
Well, I think we agree with the Mogan family. Our decision was that this is the best possible outcome, all things considered. And factoring into that, that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged. Now, if that hadn't been a factor, we'd be picking a jury for trial starting right now, or starting this week. What was the first part?
Why was this such a quick? It felt rushed. So
Why didn't you offer this earlier?
No, I hear you. The process moved quickly. There was no doubt about it. And like I outlined for the court earlier today, things changed dynamically the week following the June 18th hearings on the defense motion for a continuance and the alternate perpetrator motion, where Judge Hippler made it very clear that the defense was not going to prevail on either of those. And so the reality of trial was there, and there was nothing else in its way. We were continuing to prepare for trial. We had been doing that for months. And as I mentioned, that's you bringing Mr. Hurwood in to help us because the Attorney General's office was not able with the manpower to help us all the way through trial. We were ready to go. When we were approached by the defense about the possibility of a plea, our first question was, is your client prepared to plead guilty? And it took them a little while to give us that answer. In the meantime, we reached out to the families and we talked to the families and we solicited their input. And we considered that in making our decision. The fact of the matter is, and I think Judge Hippler commented on this back on July 2nd when we were in court, is that the logistics of the upcoming trial with 10,000 prospective jurors being summoned in, the court staff making arrangements and preparing to process that part of the case dictated that if the case was going to resolve, it needed to resolve quickly. And so that kind of drove the pace over that weekend, the last weekend of June, the end of the weekend when we understood from the defense that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty. The court was notified the next morning, and the court wanted to move quickly to get a plea done on the record if it was going to be done, and if it wasn't, so we were not interrupted in our trial preparations.
The trial logistics were the main concern, just as Judge Hippler had said prior, right, with the jury as a factor.
Yeah, the practical aspect is that the trial machine was running, and if it was going to be interrupted, that had to be known as soon as possible. I think that's the fairest explanation.
Michelle, the news for 48 hours. I just had a question about when you were looking into Kohberger's past. Was there any early sign of trouble, or what did his background look like?
Well, we can't go into his younger years. I believe that's actually still under seal. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what I can tell you is the things we do know about him was that his education led him down a path that was very much focused on forensics, crime scenes, that sort of thing. So that was really what we focused on in his background, is what led him down this path. How may he have prepared for this? And I think that was a big component of that, was just his schooling and his choice of potential future profession.
Wow.
And just so there's no speculation here by what Detective Payne just said, documents under seal involving Mr. Kohberger's background, they may or may not be released down the road. I can tell you that there is no evidence of any criminal history of any significant nature. There was no evidence of a history of violence. There was no evidence of a history of a factual predisposition to do the crimes that he committed here. So if there are any concerns among your listeners or readers that somehow he was a serial killer in waiting with all of these prior actions, we are not aware of any behaviors like that that preceded what happened here in Idaho.
Take this question here, and then we're gonna have two more after that.
Yeah, the article CBS is this question for Mr. Thompson. Thompson, you talked about his or it was reached, including Gonzalez, have you spoken to Gonzalez afterward of their displeasure with this, and if so, what's that conversation?
We have spoken with families afterwards, and I can tell you that families that did not agree with our decision have made that very clear to us. And I don't expect anything different. I respect, and we respect, that everyone is going to grieve differently, even within family units. And everyone is going to look at the case and possible resolutions from their own light, and they are entitled to that as victims. I'm not going to pretend that everybody was just fine with our decision because they There were families and family members who were not. And we accept that. We recognize that. It's just a fact of life.
It was stated earlier that the target is unknown.
Oh, fuck.
However, it's been speculated that the convicted may have encountered Maddie while she was serving at the Magritte restaurant due to the vegan menu options.
Okay, good.
When his digital data was analyzed, were there any location pins or any information there that could have connected him to where Maddie worked?
No, there wasn't. Like I said earlier, we wanted that. We looked for it in every possible way, digitally, financially, physical location.
No, nothing.
Anything you could think of, anything that we thought, where is the connection? Where's the overlap? And we searched tirelessly and
So
never
he never
found
was
it.
at that restaurant.
I can't say that he was never there at all, but we never found any evidence at all from interviewing everybody that we possibly could, talking to every person that would have that information to be able to show that he was there or that there was a connection through the restaurant.
Last question here.
Just two follow-ups to earlier questions. Make sure we're understanding everything correctly. First of all, my question about the family. You said that you gave me evidence from the family. Was there any hindrance in the investigation from the family? And was there any specific evidence you were told to get?
Are you talking about his family, Kohberger's? There was not any hindrance, anything, nothing that impacted us carrying out the investigation.
Thank you. And then the second follow-up, when you mentioned, like, obviously we follow this line of interest in his studies, did anything in your investigation indicate that that was chosen as part of a planning process as opposed to just an area of interest?
There was nothing aside from, we have some of his coursework where he did, a crime scene recreation, that sort of thing, but it was all part of his studies. So I don't think that any of us attributed that to a planning process per se. Certainly it was a learning process, but whether or not it was a planning process ahead of what he did, we'll probably never know that.
Yeah, and I would say we didn't find anything that would be any different than a student, a different student in the PhD program.
Gotcha. So then I'm understanding that the planning process, if you're in the investigation for that payment, from that purchase of the paper on Amazon, you did the first, I guess, step toward.
Did he plan it? Did he buy it with the purpose of that? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
We don't
have
know.
anything to show or prove that.
These people are dumb as fuck.
Well, thank you all. That concludes our Q&A section today.
Does
Trying
it?
to get as many of you folks' questions answered as possible. I'm sure you're going to have further questions. And certainly the question was already brought up about public records requests. Just keep in mind that if you're looking for those in the future, you will need to go to each individual agency or entity that has the keepers of those records. So just to reiterate, the website that City of Moscow is going to be putting up hopefully today, that will only be Moscow Police Department records, and those will be our police reports. So we understand that this case has captured the attention of literally the world.
Mhm.
And today's news conference was not held to relive the tragedy, but to honor those lives that were lost, to acknowledge the conclusion of this legal process and to reinforce our wavering commitment to justice, a commitment we share with you. I want to take a moment to thank the members of the media here today. We understand that you do have a vital role in helping the public comprehend the intricacies of this case, and your continued professionalism in covering this emotionally charged and complex case is appreciated. No additional comments from law enforcement will be made today, and if you have further questions, please feel free to submit those through the agency's public information officers. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. As I said it before, I will say it again. It's a weak, very weak case. I think it's even weaker now that we found out that there was 2 weapons upstairs in the same room. They would have only been not just looking for 1 weapon, they would have been looking for 2 weapons this whole entire time. Does the sheath being placed there with another weapon being used, if it was only with Kaylee, they did not even talk about another weapon being used with anybody else. We don't know if that's happening. Mainstream media again just shows us, look at those questions that were asked. Absolute, I mean, Kevin Fixler, awesome question. I think I could say out of all the questions that were asked, I was down, and you heard me say good question. Good question. When it was shit, it was shit. So just to recap really quick. Jesus. Okay, so something that I learned new today is that Coeur d'Alene in Idaho and Salt Lake City in Utah, they are like this. Okay, that's really important to know when we're going to be attempting to get information. Brett Grover, CDA office, as well as the Salt Lake City FBI, working like this. He's the one that talked about the IgG. Okay, we're going to come back to that. They finally admitted it. The entire, and Taylor said it, the entire Attorney General's office was working on this case. Okay? They were. And Taylor said, I mean, how many lawyers do they need? Who's working on this case? Like a revolving door. Like, and we have this little pool, you know? Nye came in to protect the grand jury, and Nye came in because there was groundbreaking stuff that was going on. You guys, IgG has been used in so many cases, and it's been used in probable cause. All I wanted somebody to ask is, we understand that you use and employed IgG. You're allowed to do that. Why wouldn't you put it in your probable cause affidavit? You were clearly worried about something with the IgG, with employing, and using it. Otherwise, you would have put it in, because that's the only way that you got to him. As Brett Payne just said, would we have eventually got to him without IgG? Yeah. But it could have been 3 weeks, could have been 3 months, or how about could have been like 30 years, you know? But what he just admitted is that the probable cause is not how we got to Bryan Kohberger. They just admitted that. Without the IgG, would you have ever gotten him? They didn't even put the IgG. That wasn't even in the probable cause affidavit. And that's what my big thing has been. How did you get to Bryan Kohberger? Because I knew that the probable cause affidavit was not how it happened, which means that you're violating our rights because you're just making shit up. You cannot do that. Okay? Nobody wanted to ask the big tough questions to the FBI. Hey, Nick Balance, he does this for a living. He's been in all these cases. We hear Nick Balance. He's in the Vallow case. Okay, Nick Balance knows how to read reports. How do you possibly mix it up that Bryan Kohberger's phone didn't shut off at 2:48 and it was actually shut off at 2:54? And you would have went through his phone. So did he actually turn it off, or did it lose cell service? And how does somebody of his statute possibly mix that up? You don't. So when did he come to Bill Thompson and say, hey, I made a mistake. That phone actually didn't turn off until 2:54. Would that mistake have ever been said if the defense didn't do what they did? Anyways, next was, everybody wants to talk about these public records. We're going to get every police report, they said, from Moscow Police Department. It may just be redacted in some areas. We'll see how that goes. They said they're launching that website tonight. That's going to be awesome. This case is never, I will tell you this right now, okay? If y'all thought the Chris Watts case garnered all this crap after, okay, this case is not going anywhere because of the way that this was handled. I don't care what other people are going to do, though. Once I get all the documents and I can put them together and put them in a timeline and I get what I need and I'm satisfied to see X, Y, and Z. When I say like what I'm satisfied with is get the material, show the material, show where it lands in like a timeline, and here it is. If somebody wants to plead guilty and say that they killed people and people are like, well, he didn't do it. Well, guess what? He pled guilty. Maybe, like, regardless of his reasons, Okay, that's not my concern. My concern is our rights being violated. Our rights being violated. And wanting to know what is truly going on, because as the world is evolving, there is a ton of shit going on with technology, and humans make mistakes. Also, technology makes mistakes. You know what I mean? So they admitted that they said that Kohberger just chose this house. Okay. Kaylee was stabbed 30 times, 2 different weapons. I can't wait to ask Roeder what he thinks about that. Papa Rogers, here it is. No connection to this case in terms of it that it's Bryan Kohberger. I knew that. I'm just so glad that they finally admitted it, so Jennifer Koffendorfer can just okay. Papa Rogers was not Bryan Kohberger. It is a police officer. It is a law enforcement, or I think it's Ben Gay. All right. It is somebody with knowledge. I'm sorry, that was privy to some type of knowledge of that crime scene. Idaho State Police said, well, it was a K-bar knife, but because somebody asked, was it that knife or whatever? It was a large K-bar knife. Well, when Scott Roeder showed me all these different sizes of K-bar knives, the K-bar knife comes in tons of different sizes. God, what poor questions. What poor questions. How about what knife did Bryan Kohberger? I think the Amazon stuff, I don't know if they could talk about that yet. All this stuff was leaked to Dateline. Nobody asked about the leak to Dateline. Notice that Dateline wasn't there asking any questions. 48 Hours was there. Somebody wanted to ask, did you see that Bryan Kohberger drew a heart on a piece of paper? That's what they wasted a question over. That question was wasted. Unfucking believable. Did you see that Bryan Kohberger drew a black heart on this piece of paper? Who gives a fuck? Even if he did, even if he didn't, what do you think? What are you trying to get out of that question? Are you a fucking pots? You fucking head? What the fuck, man? You're dumb as balls. What answer? What insight is that going to bring you? What are you going to gain from that? Oh my God. That question. Absolute fucking idiot. Whoever the fuck asked that. Just a complete fucking clown. Did you see that Bryan Kohberger drew a heart or a black heart on the piece of paper during the sentencing hearing? Wow. Yeah. And what do you want Bill Thompson to say about it? Why the fuck would you ever think that he would even have seen it? Idiots. The murder weapon, they were soiling the samples of the shovel that was found in Bryan Kohberger's trunk. By the way, that's what they're talking about. We took soil samples. That's what that's from. Okay, there was hundreds of thousands of hours of jail calls. None of them were probative. None. Out of 100/1,000 jail calls, none of them had any probative value. Bryan Kohberger obviously didn't say anything incriminating and obviously didn't confess. Okay. There is not one link on social media. There is not a link, not even just on social media. There is not a link financially. There is no link to Bryan to anybody. And then they said, well, he was using software to do X, Y, and Z. I can't wait. That's going to be more questions that we're going to try to get out of Josiah Roloff, that we're going to try to get. We're going to go a different route to get those answers, okay? I know which route we're going to go for that. Okay. No motive. We did not come across any motive. We did not come across anything in Bryan Kohberger's past that, he was ever violent. He committed criminal acts. Bill Thompson said there was compelling evidence, and he spoke of it at the plea change. Nobody thought to ask Bill Thompson, how about this simple question? It had to have crossed your minds at least at some point that there could have been multiple perpetrators, right? So what led you to believe that there, especially with the blood, that other blood at the scene, how could you guys competently rule out that it wasn't other people, like that there wasn't more than one person during your investigation? When did you rule that out? I mean, don't you want to know that? No, but I rather want. Did you see that Bryan Kohberger drew a black heart on a piece of paper? Oh my God. Idiots. They wanted to know what Bryan Kohberger said at his arrest. Well, they fluffed around all of that and said that, well, we interviewed him, but that he was just shooting the shit and like talking. He was fine. He was calm. He was relaxed. And then the moment that we started asking him about anything, you know, about what we were there for, he shut down and wanted a lawyer. Okay, big one. Okay, by the way, that's what Ann Taylor wanted. She wanted to see the FBI interview of that. And that's when Brett Payne's camera, body cam, whatever, because Brett Payne was like, well, the FBI told us just to keep him talking about whatever. So that's why Ann Taylor was like, well, where's the FBI interview? Let us see that recording. Okay. And now if you think about it, right? If you think about it, if Bryan Kohberger is over here telling Ann Taylor, dude, I was interviewed by, there was an FBI agent in there. There was, yeah, that short dude was in there. Okay. She's asking for a certain request because of, I believe, what her client's telling her. And Ann Taylor was never able to obtain the interview of the FBI when they went in. And that's why during the request, way back in discovery request, that was why they sent over the Brett Payne video. The New York Times asked, did the family of Bryan Kohberger help in any way? Any tips? No tips, no evidence whatsoever came from the family of Bryan Kohberger. I'm gonna have to agree with Mama Hen there, and that's why because you're having like the it's clear MSM didn't review docs or hearings by the questions they asked. Yeah, and that's who was getting those questions. Like Kevin Fixler should have asked every single question. Kevin Fixler literally should have asked every single question. They said that he wiped down his phone. They didn't know if he had more than one phone at the time, that he used the VPN. Who doesn't? But I can't wait to hear. We're going to ask more about that software stuff, about that, with people that can actually answer that. About the DNA they talked about, they said that, yep, it was Touch DNA. ISP had a contract with Othram, and so that they flew it out over to Othram. Okay, well, like it was just like no big deal. We have the transcripts here, and that required 2 people to escort that out there. And the question is what was taken? You know, what was flown? And we're going to get those, I think, in police reports because we're going to have some dated stuff. You guys are going to see a bunch of how this process works. And that's what began the process. And then they limited to like, then the FBI just took it over. I mean, there was no answer to it. None. Okay. Then Bill Thompson was asked, did you have legal concerns about it? And he's saying, no, I had no legal concerns about it. Bullshit. If you had no legal concerns about it, that shit would have been in the probable cause. That is a fact. Okay, fact. Then they asked the question, which was, you know, without the IGG, would you have gotten him? And Brett Payne's like, yeah, me and Darren talk about this all the time. And yes, we would have, maybe not in that initial window, but like, you know, maybe in a 3 week, you know, a couple days, couple weeks, whatever. And I'm like over here like, what? No, you don't. No, you absolutely. He was saying that the car would have gotten him. The car would have gotten him what? To get a search warrant for his car. There would have been nothing in the car. Then what do you have? Then how were you, you know, oh, well, then we would have gotten his what? His phone. they did everything all at once pretty much with Bryan, big swoop there, because everything that they ended up getting was after his arrest. And it was after, like, if there was no DNA, do you get to Bryan? And they're over here saying that, yeah. I'm like, what? Maybe that question needs to be reworded. Bryan Kohberger's past, it was like, hey, listen, Brett Payne tries to talk about, yeah, his education led him to this. I can't believe that he's even saying that. I take that personally as a criminal justice major. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? Sick. All right? His education led him down this path. Wow. I think then Bill Thompson comes right in and he says, listen, there was, as far as his past, I think what you're asking is, no, there was no criminal history. There was no violence. There was no predisposition. Like, none of that existed. Okay. He wasn't a serial killer waiting to be unleashed, is what more or less, Bill Thompson. And I appreciate him for that comment. Because I, been going back and forth with people about that. But what I see here is this is the argument that everybody should have. And the only argument people should have is, does the ends justify the means? Because no shit would you want to kill her off the streets every fucking day, twice on Sundays, okay? But this is a simple case of, does the ends justify the means? And you're going to have people on one side saying yes, and you're going to have people on the other side saying no. Well, if you go, when they say what the justification is you violated, it was unethically done, you violated our rights. Does all of that, though, justify the end? Like the mean, here's our means, but does it justify look at the end result? Mad Greek asked a question about that. No, nothing. So Emily's dream is exactly what it is. Emily's dream. Leave Emily alone. Okay. Emily had the fucking balls to get up there and read Bethany's shit. Okay. Dylan had the balls to get up there. All right. Now, that's going to be the last place that I'm even going to be looking at. But yeah, everybody has questions, of course, about what transpired that night, what transpired that morning, what transpired then right before 911. But we're going to start there last, because there's a way other place that we need to go first as far as this channel will be going. That's your rundown. That's what these people were able to get out of Bill Thompson and his people. What a day. I have lots more to say, but whew, what a day. It's been 5 hours and 33 minutes of emotion. I will say that they wanted to make it a big point that just on June 18th, they were talking about third parties. And then all of a sudden this plea, and they're making it seem like because Ann Taylor didn't get the third parties, she was going to be able to bring more of that up. If you read the documents, it wasn't shut out. It was something that had to come more in that trial. So I completely disagree with that. That's like, okay, that was the final straw, I think there was a shit ton of discovery, and I have no idea why Ann Taylor maybe she just doesn't trust people. They were getting a bunch of things, and there were still things that I think they needed to go through. And I don't know if Ann Taylor's over there telling her client, I'm not prepared to go to trial, so you can come and get me on ineffective assistance of counsel down the road, because, but at the end of the day, they have a shit ton of discovery. And if you're going to go by the words of Bryan Kohberger and he wants to be exonerated, then you have to be found guilty to be able to ever be exonerated. So, and if he's telling his family he was framed and shit like that, his family didn't even speak. He didn't speak. That's totally different than the Chris Watts case. The family spoke, nobody spoke, not his sisters, nobody. And that leads me to believe that you didn't hear the last of whatever's coming, because the same reasons I think that I encouraged Steve to speak was the same reason that I would be encouraging his family to speak. So, but whew, what a day. What a day. I know people are going to be talking about Bethany's toothache for the next probably 40, 50 years. But we're going to get the papers. Okay. We're going to get the papers, and we're also going to be able to see like what they left out too, when they want to like redact things, or when they don't want to, hey, they want transparency. But what they basically said here today is, we got them off of IGG. This is a new way to solve cases, and everybody's going to be making a push for this to be like the new thing, that IGG shouldn't be employed as a last result. IGG should be employed right when you kick off a case. Any DNA that's there it should also be looked at, with doing SNP and connecting the dots like that. Ooh. So thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Devil 666. What a name. I don't know. William gave out 5 memberships. So if you turned green, thank William over there. I really want to hear from, there's one person that I want to hear from on this. I want to hear from Judge Liz. Okay. Judge Liz, what's up? Lana from Truth and Transparency. I want to have you on my channel. Okay. We have so many questions. And I think that when you want to talk about I want to talk about our rights. I want to talk about fair trial. I want to talk about the process, the proceeding. Every state's different, but I want to talk about, how does Ann Taylor get things to happen in Latah County? Momentum with getting things, not being I guess you could say, I think every order that came out of Hippler, I didn't see one that was not basically, Ann Taylor and your team, you have no fucking clue what you're doing. The orders were just completely, I thought, night and day once the case got moved to Ada County. And I want to hear that take from a judge to say, here, this is what was happening in Latah. And then here, when they got to Boise, it just seemed like nothing, it seemed like a big shift. So I maybe she's going to be able to point us and say, based on this motion, or based on this, and based on these arguments, how does the ruling match up to if you were presiding? I also want to ask her about IGG, and if she's ever come across that, where she's at in Florida. She's now into private practice with her family's law firm. So, but from my understanding, Judge Liz does not feel that this was a fair process. So I want to hear from that. I want to hear from people that can give us the information that we're wanting, whether you like it or not. Here's knowledge. Knowledge is power. I want the knowledge. I want to learn, hey, this. If I don't know something, I'm going to go ask somebody that I think that could help understand that. Bill Thompson had a really, really interesting little line. He said he was thanking Judge Hippler. I don't know if he thanked him, but he said, Judge Hippler basically did us a solid, is how I took it. Judge Hippler's rulings prevented, some things. So, but I'm going to take a break here, and I am going to be back. Bella just texted me, and she's like, they are not asking any smart questions, no follow-ups. I just looked at my phone. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm going to be back. I'm going to set a live here. And I'm just going to move it up a little bit, but let me get some water in me. I'm going to find out this new website, tell you guys about it, start printing documents as soon as they drop them. I already had WSU tell me this morning that things that I'm requesting, they don't have. And I'm like, I know that y'all have it because I just got the other ones from you. How do you now not have people's work time cards? The fuck out of here. Idaho State Police is now, or Pullman is now in. I'm just like, yeah, I got to call you people because that doesn't seem accurate at all. But it's fine. Just tell me where they're at and I'll go get them. So thank you, moderators. You guys, there's a way to get answers. And learning to keep things separate will really help that process. So that's how we do things over here. All right. And please keep praying for the rest of the lives of all the victims, you guys. I couldn't imagine being in their shoes. Because this is not going to go anywhere for them. People are always going to talk about this case. It's not going anywhere. Just like how Steve Jr. did it after the trial or after the sentencing. He was basically giving us a rundown of that Bill Thompson is a plea dealer. And normally, like, there is like a deal. Here in this case, Bryan Kohberger didn't even get a deal. It was just, okay, we're not going to have the death penalty. Well, there was a large chance that the death penalty wasn't even going to be happening. But I think after Hippler already spoke today, I think he was going to, well, if the jury has to do it. So, I don't know. Yeah. This case isn't going away, is all I know. And I'm going to talk a lot more about it, but we're going to go over Olivia's impact speech tonight. And no, I don't condone some of the stuff that was said. Obviously. Thanks again to the new members, OGs. We've been doing this since November of 2022. It's 2025. Can you believe it? I'm going to have as many interviews with people that matter in this case as possible. I already have a bunch lined up, and we're just going to start knocking down doors. We're going to get to that bottom of that IGG stuff, I promise you. And I have just the guest who's coming on. There's a little teaser for you, okay? Teaser pleaser. It's already been signed up. It's in the works. It's happening. All right? You guys are going to get to hear from the horse's mouth on a lot of things. Okay? And Cyree will be here. We are bringing it. All right, guys, until a little bit later, let's get some water in us. Let's breathe. And remember, be kind. Always rewind. Thank you, mods. Oh, and hey, Murky's always in the background. Keep Murky in your thoughts and prayers. I don't know if she wants me to say it, but I'm going to say it. Murky's been in and out and more in than in the hospital, so please. All right. One of my favorite little nuts there. Love you, Mercs. All right, see you guys later.